Chapter 2670. Wen Shui shook her head with a smile. No, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you, Creator. You gave me a part of my life, a memory of being born as a spirit, a warm and touching moment. Wen Shui's face was filled with contentment and happiness. Thank you, Creator. Su Yu had mixed feelings. Are you satisfied so easily? Su Yu asked. Wen Shui said gently, I met the most right person in my short life. Why wouldn't I be satisfied? The most right person? Does she mean her husband? Su Yu really wanted to meet her husband. At this moment, a gentle smile came from outside the door. Wen Shui, I have bought the herbs. Go and boil them. Wen Shui stood up with a smile and looked at the young man who walked in with affection. However, when the latter saw Su Yu sitting on the bed, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Then the smile on his face froze. Wen Shui, go and boil the herbs. I want to have a talk with the Creator, her husband said. Wen Shui looked back and forth between the two of them and said with a smile, You two will get along well. When she went out, however, her husband pulled out the axe from his waist and stood in front of Su Yu. Su Yu, what did you say to Wen Shui? Su Yu looked at him calmly without fear. Beast Slave King, the world is really small. The fiendish criminal who was suppressed in the Light Palace back then was unexpectedly Wen Shui's husband. Life was unpredictable. Su Yu, don't think I won't kill you. The Beast Slave King clenched the axe tightly, and a murderous look appeared on his face. Su Yu said calmly, If you wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? The Beast Slave King snorted and put away the axe slowly. I should have killed you a long time ago. The Beast Slave King didn't expect Wen Shui's creator to be Su Yu, who had a grudge against him in the past. It wasn't until Wen Shui carried Su Yu back from the street that he saw the real creator. The Beast Slave King wanted to kill Su Yu immediately. However, Wen Shui took good care of Su Yu, her expression filled with worry and concern. Therefore, he couldn't bear to kill Su Yu. He was afraid that if he killed Su Yu, Wen Shui would be sad and cry. I'll have to thank you for showing mercy. As Su Yu stood up, he felt that his body had become much lighter, and he could faintly feel a wisp of mysterious energy flowing within his body. It was enough to open a spatial storage device or send a message. The Beast Slave King warned. Don't tell Wen Shui about my past, otherwise I'll make you regret it. As a matter of fact, Su Yu could open the space storage artifact and summon the charming Empress of the Nine Nether to kill her. But he didn't. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for you to save me, Su Yu said expressionlessly. Only then did the Beast Slave King feel relieved. He looked at the beautiful figure outside the house, his eyes filled with tender affection. After hesitating for a while, he said, Since Wen Shui saved you, can you extend her life? How could the Beast Slave King not notice that Wen Shui's life force was almost depleted? Su Yu shook his head slowly. Her life was created by me with the domain of life, and it will eventually dissipate. Life forms that asked for water were different from real living beings. There was no way to prolong one's life, let alone resurrection. Can't you create another one? The Beast Slave King said excitedly. He didn't want to be separated from Wen Shui. Su Yu's face was gloomy. Yes, I can even create a person who is exactly like her, with the same soul and the same body. But it won't have any memory of Wen Shui. Hearing this, the Beast Slave King's legs trembled, and he held onto the table weakly. Are you sure you want me to create another one? Su Yu asked. The Beast Slave King's face turned pale, and he shook his head resolutely. No, the only thing in my heart is the smile of the person on the riverbank. To him, the newly created Wen Shui was just a puppet. Su Yu nodded with a complicated expression. Then spend the next 5 years with her. 5 years was not a long time, even for ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, it was the time of life and death. Thank you. The beast slave king lowered his head and said, "Thank you for leaving Wen Shui in this world." Su Yu looked over and found that the beast slave king's face was covered in tears. Those were tears of sorrow. How happy he was today, how cruel he would be in 5 years' time. Su Yu frowned slightly. If one day he could cultivate all of his domains to the origin level, maybe he could recreate the Wen Shui of today. But that was still a long way off. Perhaps the beast slave king couldn't wait for that day to come. "Creator, can you get out of bed?" Wen Shui finished brewing the medicine, and she smiled delightedly. Su Yu nodded. "My body is fine now." He glanced at Wen Shui and then took out a Dominator's treasure. It was the lowest level Dominator's treasure, but it was still at the level of the Heavenly Law Master. "Beast Slave King, take this. I hope you can use it." He handed it to the Beast Slave King. The Beast Slave King scanned it with his consciousness, and he couldn't help but be moved. After understanding its use, he handed it back decisively. "I don't need it." Su Yu took it back with a poker face and said, "Well, if you need it, come to me again." After saying that, he looked at Wen Shui deeply and said, "Take care." He swore in his heart that from now on, he would never create another creature easily. Never. "Creator, please don't go out. People are looking for you outside," Wen Shui said. Su Yu said calmly, "Don't worry for now. No one knows my true appearance." He had been facing the outside world with a bamboo hat, so Xiao Hao and the others only knew about the mysterious man, but they didn't know Su Yu's true appearance. However, as they were talking, a group of people surrounded the house where they were. "My lord, this is the family that has been buying medicine to remove injuries from this small shop for the past year." A shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he led the way. Behind him, there were 4 tunnel masters. One of the tunnel masters was as powerful as Fei Yunshen. "Is that so?" The tunnel master took a step forward, and the wall of the house collapsed. He glanced around, and his gaze landed on the medicine that was being fried in the corner of the yard. A house of 3 people has been using medicine to remove injuries for a whole year. The tunnel master at the peak of the early stage looked at Su Yu and the others with a faint smile. "Among you, who needs to recuperate?" Wen Shui's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but lean into the arms of the Beast Slave King. She was immortal, and the invisible pressure of the tunnel master had an indescribable, deterrent effect on her. The Beast Slave King hugged Wen Shui nervously. His cultivation was far from enough to fight against the tunnel master. Su Yu sighed softly and took a step forward. He said, "It's me." The tunnel master's gaze swept over like lightning, as if he wanted to pierce through Su Yu's body. "Your body is a little strange," the tunnel master said slowly. With a tap of his foot, a majestic force brushed past Su Yu's shoulder and tore his sleeve open, revealing the skin underneath. A few spots of 9-colored light could be seen clearly. The tunnel master's pupil shrank, and he was ecstatic. "It's really you. I actually found you." Chapter 2671. The entire Baiming city was searching for Su Yu. This was because Xiao Hao had issued a huge reward. Anyone who found Su Yu would be rewarded with a treasure that belonged to the Time Master. Who would not be tempted by the rewards today? Not only did Xiao Hao's people join in the search, even unrelated people were mobilized. They had thought of every possible way to find the place where Su Yu could possibly be hiding. The peak early stage Earth Master before them was one of the smarter ones. Since Su Yu was injured, he would need to use a large amount of medicine. Thus, he had sent people to watch the medicine store. Over the past year, they had found many suspicious people, but they had all been captured. Now, they had finally found the wanted person. "Surrender yourselves. I can make it easier for you," the Earth Master said excitedly. Su Yu's expression was calm. There was not the slightest bit of panic or unease. "Sure." Su Yu did not resist, allowing them to suppress him. "Ha ha ha ha." The peak early stage Earth Master could not help but laugh. even though he did not understand why Su Yu did not resist. But it would be best if Su Yu was willing to surrender. "I'll go with you." Su Yu was very obedient. He did not want to resist, as that would implicate Wen Shui. It would not be too late to resist after leaving this place. But the peak early stage Earth Master turned to look at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King, his gaze cold. "These two are harboring a wanted criminal. Kill them." "Yes." A few guards immediately rushed out from behind him and charged towards the two of them. The Beast Slave King clenched his teeth, taking out the axe at his waist, protecting Wen Shui behind him. "Don't come over." But his roar was like an ant's resistance in front of the guards, not even the slightest bit of respect. The three guards had cold expressions, immediately taking action. But at that moment, a purple light suddenly flashed past. It was Su Yu who had opened his space storage device and released the little Kylin. The little Kylin spat out a green flame, burning the three guards into ashes. Seeing this, the several Earth Masters frowned. The peak early stage Earth Master reacted quickly, whipping toward Su Yu's head, wanting to beat him half to death and prevent him from continuing to open his space storage device. This was to prevent him from releasing anything dangerous. Unexpectedly, just as he stretched out his hand, a small palm print was imprinted on it. Rub, rub, rub. The peak early stage Tao Lord was forced back by the palm strike. Su Yu took a closer look and released a second person from his space storage device. It was a young girl wearing a bamboo hat. She was very petite, but there was not the slightest trace of a living person's aura on her. This person isn't simple. Attack! The early stage Peak Path Master had been wondering why Su Yu had allowed himself to be captured so easily. It turned out that this person had other plans. Two Tunnel Masters rushed over and joined forces with him. The might of the attacks of the three Tao Masters could be imagined. It was impossible for the bamboo-hatted girl to withstand it alone. However, what caused the corners of the mouths of the three Path Masters to twitch violently was that Su Yu rubbed the space storage device. In the end, an even more powerful 9 Serenities demon appeared. After the latter appeared, he joined forces with the bamboo-hatted girl to launch a counterattack. The bamboo-hatted girl and the 9th Nether Demonic Empress were both Earth Tao Masters at the peak of the early stage. How could the other 3 Earth Tao Masters possibly contend against them? In a single exchange, 2 of the Tunnel Masters were killed. As for the early stage Peak Earth Lord, he was injured by the palm strike. The 2 of them joined forces to kill him. The latter's eyes flickered, and he immediately fled. "Forget it! Don't chase after him," Su Yu said to stop them. Their top priority was not to kill the Earth Tao Master, but to safely escort him, Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King out of Baiming City. They could not stay here any longer. Su Yu looked at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King apologetically. "I did not want to disturb your lives, but now it looks like you have to come with me." He would rather not resist and allow them to capture him, as he did not want to implicate them. However, things did not go as he wished. The 9th Nether Demonic Empress took action, quickly bringing them away from Baiming City. The time channel had already been destroyed, and Su Yu could not use the space domain. He could only rely on the 9th Nether Demonic Empress cultivation to bring the group on a long journey. A day later, they left Baiming City and arrived at the territory of the Earth Tao Masters. However, the number of pursuers from Baiming City continued to increase. Among them were powerful fighters like the 9th Nether Demonic Empress. "Master, it might be difficult for us to escape," the 9th Nether Demonic Empress said. Su Yu frowned slightly. He pointed at the injuries on his body. "With your strength, how long will it take for you to expel the remaining energy in my body?" "Half a day is enough," the 9th Nether Demonic Empress said confidently. The remaining energy in Su Yu's body had already been cleansed by Wen Shui for half a year. Coupled with the fact that the 9th Nether Demonic Empress had absorbed an entire pot of absolute beginning liquid, her strength had improved significantly. Only then could she succeed in half a day. However, the other party might not even need half a day to successfully catch up. The ninth Nether Demonic Empress was worried. To expel the remaining energy, a very quiet environment was required. They did not have such conditions at the moment. Su Yu looked at Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King. This place has already left the danger zone. You should hide yourselves. Those people were here to kill Su Yu. As long as Wen Shui and the Beast Slave King hid their identities, they would not be in any danger. Creator, please allow me to go through thick and thin with you. Su Yu shook his head lightly, glancing at the Beast Slave King beside her. Cherish the people in front of you. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and a tornado swept the two of them to the ground. Under the protection of the charming Empress of the Netherworld, he continued forward, drawing away a large number of enemies. Master, we can only give it a try. The ninth Nether Demonic Empress had no other choice. Only when Su Yu's body recovered and he was able to use the space domain could he possibly escape from the overwhelming pursuit behind him. Su Yu nodded. It doesn't matter. Even if he could recover a tenth of his strength, he would be able to activate an attack-type sovereign treasure and escape from danger. Hence, the Phantom of the Nine Serene Demons brought Su Yu with her as they escaped, while taking the risk to treat Su Yu's injuries. If he were to be interfered with midway, it would result in the uneven control of his power, and it was very likely that the residual power would be stimulated. As a result, Su Yu was severely injured, which made his situation even more dangerous. But he had no other choice now. At that time, after Wen Shui and Beast Slave King landed, they immediately hid themselves. The Beast Slave King heaved a sigh of relief. He was safe for now. The Beast Slave King could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he thought about how he had been attacked by a group of tunnel masters. As he thought about the two underworld masters that Su Yu had summoned, as well as the small Kylin, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. It should be said that he was not being merciful to Su Yu. Instead, Su Yu had spared his life out of respect for Wen Shui. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Chapter 2672. My husband, you should hide yourself. Wen Shui stood up suddenly. The Beast Slave King was startled. Wen Shui, what are you doing? You'll be discovered. With the strength of those Earth Lords, they would be able to detect any slight movement. Wen Shui said sadly, I only have 5 years left to live. I'll die sooner or later. It's my honor to die for the Creator. The Beast Slave King had mixed feelings. He knew that half of Wen Shui's heart belonged to him, and the other half belonged to the Creator. Wen Shui, the enemies who are chasing after the Creator, are too powerful. You can't do anything, the Beast Slave King advised. However, he did not expect Wen Shui to take out a human skin mask. After it covered his face, he could see that it was Su Yu. At the same time, she stretched out her palm. Husband, give me my bundle. Their important belongings had always been stored in the Beast Slave King's interspatial storage device. The Beast Slave King took it out in confusion. Wen Shui opened it and took out a set of clothes, shoes, and even a wig that were exactly the same as Su Yu's. She put them on skillfully. At first glance, Wen Shui looked exactly like Su Yu except for their auras. Finally, Wen Shui took out a jade bottle that was glittering with 9 colored light spots from the bag. She collected all the 9 colored power that had washed off Su Yu's body over the years. She opened the bottle cap and poured the water all over herself. Wen Shui, you are crazy. The Beast Slave King finally understood what she meant. Wen Shui looked at the Beast Slave King affectionately and said with a smile, My husband, I'm very happy to have you in this life. Please find another woman to love in the future. The Beast Slave King grabbed her wrist and was about to stop her. However, Wen Shui opened her palm and blew on it gently. A mass of white powder flew out and sprayed on the Beast Slave King's face. As a result, the Beast Slave King fell into a coma. The white powder was given to her by the Beast Slave King to protect herself. When the Beast Slave King was not around, Wen Shui could use it to subdue the enemy if someone approached. However, the Beast Slave King did not use it on the enemy. "I'm sorry, my husband." Wen Shui squatted down and kissed his forehead gently. Then she turned around and ran in another direction. It turned out that when she had rescued Suyu, she had already anticipated that such a day would come. Therefore, for the past year, she had been preparing for this day. He didn't expect it to come so soon. However, she was still very brave and chose to sacrifice herself for Suyu. Several hours passed. That early-stage peak Earth Lord followed the remnant power of the Son of Heaven's ruler and charged over. Just as he was about to give chase, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked in another direction. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'll go in this direction. You guys continue forward." The aura of the ruler's might had appeared in both directions. He couldn't let either of them go. The direction he chose was the direction that Wen Shui escaped in. It was impossible for a mortal to escape too far. It only took him 2 hours to find Suyu. However, all he found was Suyu's torn and blood-stained clothes. "He's dead?" The early-stage peak Dao Lord frowned slightly. He grabbed at the air and grabbed Suyu's clothes, then muttered, "It's really Suyu's aura." Looking at the vast and boundless lake in front of him, the early-stage peak Dao Master snorted coldly. "You deserve a quick death." After saying that, he turned around and left. Not long after, a head emerged from the lake's shore. It was Wen Shui. Although she was determined to sacrifice herself for Suyu, she wasn't foolish enough to throw her life away in vain. She got up and shook off her drenched clothes, muttering to herself, "I guess I've already bought some time for the Creator?" But all of a sudden, a gentle breeze blew over. Wen Shui felt the chill and couldn't help but shiver. Turning her head to look, her heart skipped a beat, because there was a figure reflected in front of her. It was the early-stage peak Dao Master who had returned. His face was cold, like Brahma staring at a speck of dust. "You think you can deceive me?" Which of those who could cultivate to the level of Dao Master wasn't extremely cunning? Wen Shui was too naive and underestimated the Dao Master's intelligence. The other party easily tricked her out of the water. However, Wen Shui wasn't afraid. She had already seen through life and death. What was there to be afraid of? "Creator, I hope you're safe." Wen Shui didn't even look at the early-stage peak Dao Master. Instead, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and prayed inexplicably. The Dao Master's eyes were cold. A ripple of light flickered past, and Wen Shui stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. She maintained her posture, and there was even a serene smile on her face. However, her life had already withered. Not a single trace of it was left. On the other side, with the demonic queen of the 9 serenities personally taking action, the remnant power retreated quickly. Before long, Suyu was able to use some of his strength. Another 2 to 4 hours should be more than enough. However, at this moment, a large group of Dao Masters caught up from behind. A large group. There were as many as 30 of them. The only fortunate thing was that the early-stage peak Dao Master wasn't among them. "Come out." Suyu summoned the bamboo-hatted young lady. With her abilities, she should be able to deal with more than 30 people. The bamboo-hatted young lady brought up the rear, killing anyone who came near. The demonic queen of the 9 serenities seized every second to help Suyu dispel the remnant power in his body. Time passed bit by bit. The bamboo-hatted young lady and the Dao Masters behind her were locked in battle. Her abilities were far superior to the other parties. However, the other party had too many people. Moreover, as they discovered that Suyu was right in front of them, they were eager to contribute and charged forward fearlessly. This made it difficult for the bamboo-hatted young lady to deal with them. The portion of Su Yu's soul in her body was being depleted at an alarming rate. In another cup of tea's time, the portion of her soul would be exhausted. At that time, no one would be able to act as their trump card. 1 Joss sticks time passed. 2 Joss sticks time passed. Finally, the bamboo-hatted young lady had reached her limit. Fortunately, the remnant power in Su Yu's body had been dispelled by more than half. In a short while, he could successfully use 1/10 of his strength to activate the Time Master's treasure. However, at this moment, an extremely swift and fierce figure took advantage of the bamboo-hatted young lady's weakness to launch a sneak attack from behind. Bang! The young lady was sent flying. With no more protection behind the demonic queen of the 9 serenities, the figure turned and attacked her from behind. The demonic queen of the 9 serenities was shocked, but she could not stop healing Su Yu's injuries. With her own body, she took the blow head-on. Puff! A ball of warm blood sprayed all over Su Yu's face. This caused his handsome face to reveal an indescribable evilness. You can't escape. The attacker was the early-stage peak Dao Master who had caught up. With a hideous laugh, he reached out to grab Su Yu's head. However, on his blood-covered face, a pair of tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A pair of eyes that were filled with a deep, cold glint reflected a cold light that could destroy the world. Chapter 2673. Su Yu flicked his palm, and 3 flying needles flew out one after another. At such a close distance, an ordinary person would not be able to react in time. However, this early-stage peak roadmaster was not an ordinary person. He opened his mouth and shouted. A beam of yellow light shot out, deflecting the flying needle. But the second flying needle followed closely, piercing his forehead. He had no choice but to take a step back and switch from offense to defense, dodging the flying needle attack. But just as he dodged, the third flying needle pierced his forehead. This was the soul-destroying flying needle, personally crafted by the charming Empress of the 9 Nether. A single needle could kill a strong roadmaster. Ah! The man screamed in pain. His soul was severely injured, but he did not die immediately. Because his cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage, he grabbed his forehead with his palm and sucked the flying needle out. But at that moment, the second flying needle shot out. Scram! How could a flying needle hurt him when he was on guard? He slid his shoulder lightly and avoided the flying needle. However, the strangest thing was that even though he had clearly dodged the flying needle, it still pierced his forehead. Because the flying needle contained the space domain. It looked like he had dodged it, but it was just an illusion. 2 flying needles immediately froze most of his soul. His consciousness was thrown into chaos, and he attacked wildly in all directions. The third flying needle in Su Yu's hand shot out. With a swoosh, the flying needle pierced the man's forehead the very next moment. That was because the last flying needle contained the time domain. 3 flying needles pierced the early stage road master's body without a doubt. His body gradually stopped struggling and finally lay motionless on the ground, completely dead. Su Yu stood up slowly, looking a little tired as he examined the charming Empress' injuries. Her back had been shattered, and her injuries were not light. Su Yu condensed a life domain in his palm to heal her. After half a cup of tea's time, the charming Empress had mostly recovered. "Don't worry about me. Go help the clone," Su Yu said. The latter immediately rushed over to help the clone kill the pursuers. Su Yu replenished his mysterious path energy. After a moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I haven't felt this power in a long time." After thinking about it, Su Yu grabbed the air and pulled out his thread of fate. The traces of the fracture had already disappeared. It meant that he had survived the crisis of life and death. "It's all thanks to Wen Shui." Su Yu sighed. If it wasn't for her help, they might not have been able to survive this. Thinking of her, Su Yu was secretly worried. I wonder if she and the Beast Slave King are safe. With that in mind, he casually grabbed at the air, trying to grasp Wen Shui's fate. However, his palm was empty. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he tried to grab it again, but he still couldn't catch it. There is only one kind of destiny that cannot be grasped. That was the dead. Something had happened to Wen Shui. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he immediately teleported forward. 2 hours later, he appeared in a patch of weeds, but all he saw was the unconscious Beast Slave King. "Wake up!" Su Yu kicked him. Stimulated by the outside world, the Beast Slave King finally woke up. After a short period of confusion, he immediately exclaimed, "Ask Water, where is Ask Water?" As Su Yu inquired about the details, his face darkened. "She actually disguised herself as me and lured the enemy away." Su Yu felt as if his throat was blocked by something. He felt an indescribable discomfort and shock. Wen Shui was just a creature that he had unintentionally created. She could be used as a sacrifice at any time and was never valued. Why would she do this for Su Yu? She could even give up her own life for him? Filled with complicated emotions, Su Yu used all kinds of methods to investigate the surrounding situation. Finally, he locked onto a direction and sped off with the Beast Slave King. On a sparkling lakeside, a beautiful woman in green stood with her hands folded in front of her chest, bathing in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her long shadow quietly accompanied the lonely figure. She was like a stone statue, a fairy that had been frozen in the flow of time and space, standing there forever. "Wen Shui!" The Beast Slave King let out a heart-wrenching cry. He pounced forward and hugged the figure in his arms, but all he hugged was a cold, devoid of warmth. The coldness was like a sharp sword, piercing deep into the Beast Slave King's heart. She twisted the last remaining gentleness, the last remaining beauty, the last remaining kindness in his heart into pieces. Before meeting Wen Shui, he had never cared about good or evil, only his own preferences. But after meeting Wen Shui for the first time, he wanted to be a good person. At least, in Wen Shui's eyes, he was a good person. Now, all of this was torn to shreds by the cold, sharp blade in his arms. Ah, no. The Beast Slave King cried bitterly. His cries reached the heavens, shattering the dark clouds. Torrential rain poured down, drenching the earth. But no matter how much the Beast Slave King cried, Wen Shui remained in his arms peacefully and quietly. Those eyes could no longer be opened. Su Yu was silent, but his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He looked up at the sky, looking at the unceasing rain, his heart filled with sorrow. Was I wrong? Su Yu muttered to himself. Perhaps he should not have created Ruo Shui in the first place. Her existence, her death, was destined to be a tragedy. If you were wrong, then what are Wen Shui's gratitude, wishes, and expectations for the world? The Beast Slave King had long since calmed down. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse and penetrating. It's not you or Wen Shui who is wrong, it's the world. On the back of the Beast Slave King, a black fog was visible to the naked eye, condensing into a ferocious beast face. Su Yu felt that the face was somewhat familiar. Xiao Hao. The Beast Slave King hugged Wen Shui, his voice low. I will destroy you. With a roar, the Beast Slave King turned into black fog, heading straight for Baiming City. Su Yu extended his arm, stopping him. Don't go over if you want Wen Shui to see you again when she wakes up. Hearing this, the Beast Slave King's body trembled. You can revive Wen Shui? The Beast Slave King held on to his last shred of hope. Su Yu shook his head. At least not now, but there is still hope. If one day my 8 great domains reach Yuan level, I might be able to revive both her body and soul. If he were to forcefully revive her now, all he would get would be a puppet like Wen Shui. Yuan level domain. The Beast Slave King stared at Su Yu. He put down Wen Shui and handed her to Su Yu. Take good care of Wen Shui. I will help you reach Yuan level. After saying this, he turned into black fog and left without waiting for Suyu to ask. Suyu looked at the ferocious face behind him, deep in thought. Finally, he looked at Winshui, who was peacefully praying in his arms, and his heart ached. With a shake of his sleeves, a wave of life force entered Winshui's body, making her immortal. Until one day, Suyu could make her open her eyes again. "I will never create another life for the rest of my life," Suyu said in a low voice. Chapter 2674. His figure blurred as he turned into a cloud of green smoke and disappeared. 1 year later, at the border of Shiming City and Baiming City, Suyu returned to this place. After a year of healing, the 9-colored energy in his body had been completely dissolved. His cultivation had been restored. Xiaohao Emperor Xiaoyao. Suyu stared at a jade box in his palm. There were countless 9-colored energies lying quietly inside. It was different from the 9-colored liquid that had been washed with water. The energy Suyu forced out was pure, without any impurities, and the energy it contained was enormous. The ruler that was soaked in half a drop of the emperor's blood exploded with power several times over. What would happen if I could digest the other half of the emperor's blood? Suyu had successfully obtained the other half of the emperor's blood. He needed to study it carefully. Its power was too great. He could not miss it. Speaking of the emperor's blood, Suyu could not help but think of the 9-tailed fox's complete body, which was still in his hands. He did not know if he could extract the emperor's blood from its body. As he pondered, Ada, Er, and Asen appeared. "Lord Zwa, you are finally here." Ada and the other two frowned. They had not completed the mission given by the Waning Moon Queen at Baiming City. "Lord, how should we report to her?" The three of them understood the Waning Moon Queen's character. She was fair in rewards and punishments. If they did not complete the mission, they would be severely punished. "I'm already prepared." Suyu took out a beautiful corpse. This was, of course, a corpse created by one thought to become real. It could only last for about a day. "Ah, Lord, you." Ada said in shock. Suyu nodded. "I secretly completed the hunt in a year. I can report to the queen now." Hearing this, the three of them were overjoyed. The only regret was that Zhuowei had killed Yanran alone. When it came to rewards, it was not their turn. "You three, you have all contributed to our successful return," Suyu said. "If the queen asks, I will say that the three of us worked together to kill her. I hope you will not say anything." The three of them were overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the promotion." The three of them were extremely grateful. Suyu was sharing the credit with them. How could they not be grateful? Not long after many years, the group finally returned to Baiming City. As soon as they returned, the Waning Moon Empress summoned them. "The four of you are indeed capable subordinates of mine. Very well done." The Waning Moon Empress simply checked Yan Ran's body and ordered people to take care of it. His thoughts were obviously not on Yan Ran. "You are in North Ming City. Do you know what happened?" The Waning Moon Empress frowned. He did not know if he should be happy or worried. In just a short 2 to 3 years, Northern Ming City had fallen from being the #1 city in the south to becoming a wasteland. Not only was Baiming City devastated, but the Great Emperor Hall was also destroyed twice. The forces in the entire territory were being taken away by the unknown forces at an alarming rate. Now, the overall strength of the Northern Bright City had fallen to a level similar to that of the Western Bright City. The Waning Moon Empress didn't expect such a huge change. Ada spoke in a low voice. "According to our understanding, Xiaohao offended someone, and that's why he's in such a state." Alone? The Waning Moon Empress took a deep breath. What kind of person could turn Northern Ming City into such a mess? If they could recruit such a person for their own use, why would they worry about not succeeding? The Waning Moon Empress pondered. The world is really unpredictable. The battle for the Time Master is about to begin, but northern Ming City has suffered such a huge change. But this is a good thing. She smiled. It's not a good thing for northern Ming City to be too strong or too weak. The current northern Ming City is just right. Her black dress fluttered, and her eyes regained their elegance. The waning moon empress was certain. If I'm not wrong, the one who has been secretly recruiting people should be eastern Ming City. Not only did they take advantage of northern Ming City's internal strife to buy experts, but they also poached many forces from my western bright city. She never thought it would be southern Ming City. In her eyes, southern Ming City wasn't even worth mentioning. Only the mindful emperor of eastern Ming City was wise, calm, and good at forbearance. Perhaps he was the only one who could do such a far-sighted thing. The waning moon empress was excited. Very good, the situation is clear. When the war begins, it will be the beginning of my ascension to the Time Master's throne. She only calmed down after a while. You've all done well. Ada, the three of you can go and receive your rewards. Zhu Wei, stay behind. Yes. The three of them left one after another, leaving only Su Yu and the waning moon empress. Her expression softened, and she threw herself into Su Yu's embrace. Zhu Wei, I've made you suffer. Su Yu shook his head. It's okay, it's what I should do. He thought to himself. The relationship between the waning moon empress and Zhu Wei was really extraordinary. All these years, you've been helping me spy beside the Star Rain Empress. We should have been happy together, the waning moon empress said softly. Didn't I say that your business is my business? So, why should we separate ourselves? Su Yu asked. He was still guessing the relationship between the two of them. Do you remember when you went to kill Yanran? I said that when you came back, I would give you everything you want. Su Yu certainly remembered. He had come back for this. He felt that the thing the waning moon empress was talking about was not ordinary. What do you want to give me? Su Yu smiled. The waning moon empress snorted. You know the answer. Her finger drew circles on Su Yu's chest. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could the waning moon empress be talking about herself? It was difficult for him to accept having sex with such a woman. Let's go, I'll show you. I'm almost there. The waning moon empress let go of her finger and pulled Su Yu to her bedroom. She pointed at her bed. A well-hidden space fluctuation appeared. The two of them stepped into the fluctuation and were transported to an extremely dark place. The place was bone-chilling, and the scene was like an underground altar. In the center of the altar, there was a huge block of ice. There was a figure frozen inside. The figure had been dead for an unknown number of years, but the body was intact. The strangest thing was that there was an ancient oil lamp on top of the figure's head. The oil lamp was extinguished, and it was constantly spinning. Seeing the oil lamp, Su Yu's pupils shrank. The holy mortal body! He exclaimed in surprise. The waning moon empress smiled faintly. Ha! You've finally gotten your wish. Have you seen it? It turned out that what Zhu Wei wanted to know was the waning moon empress's biggest secret. Back then, in the territory I ruled, I dug up a first grade 9 Serenity's crystal and cut out a dead holy mortal body, the waning moon empress recalled. After learning of the situation, the waning moon empress took the body of the holy mortal body away. She killed everyone who knew about it. Chapter 2675. Su Yu was secretly surprised. He knew that, except for the Star Rain Empress, none of the other descendants of the Time Master were simple. The mindful emperor had secretly cultivated his strength. The Xiaohao emperor had even found the fragment of Emperor Xiaoyao's clone. The waning moon empress surprised Su Yu the most. She had obtained the body of the holy mortal body. Calming himself down, he looked at the unbroken ice and said, Have you not studied him all these years? The waning moon empress shook her head slightly. I have, but not thoroughly. The sacred mortal body is really too mysterious. Just that oil lamp alone is unimaginable. She had been studying it all these years, but she had never made any progress. After all, the the holy mortal body, was the only existence comparable to the stone fetus emperor. How difficult would it be to study it thoroughly? But after many years of trying, I have been able to stimulate some of its power, the waning moon empress said mysteriously. Oh, Sue, you pretended to be curious. The waning moon empress pointed to the oil lamp. See, if I light that oil lamp, I can stimulate the power of the holy mortal body from this corpse. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Light the oil lamp? The flame of Su Yu's current oil lamp was too weak and almost extinguished, but he had never found a way to reignite it. The waning moon empress had succeeded? It was unimaginable. How do I light it? Su Yu asked. The waning moon empress smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. Su Yu's heart surged with murderous intent. Should he capture her alive now and search her memories? However, the waning moon empress changed her tone. But, of course, it is not a secret to you. She clapped her hands, and a woman with a full beard and lipstick walked out of the dark basement. She was gorgeously dressed. Seeing her, Su Yu almost shouted out loud, Lady Poison Fate? Lady Poison Fate, the owner of the East Pole Market, a 7-star civilization. Su Yu had almost been taken back by Lady Poison Fate as a concubine. This woman did not die in the destruction of the Outer Realm and successfully came to the dream-broken boundary of an 8-star civilization. Not only that, but she had also become the Waning Moon Empress's subordinate? It was with this person's help that I was able to successfully study the secret of the holy mortal body lamp. The Waning Moon Empress admired Lady Poison Fate. Su Yu suddenly remembered. He and Madame Poison had once been threatened by the divine light of annihilation. Lu Zhu had saved the two of them. At the same time, he had intentionally protected Madame Poison Fate from being killed by him. Could it be that Lu Zhu already knew that Madame Poison Life would guide him to light the oil lamp again? Yo, isn't this the Empress? Why did you bring a man? Are you afraid that I'll be lonely? Madame Poison twisted her waist. He purposely lowered his voice and spoke like a woman. Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. As the saying goes, a dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Madame Poison Fate was definitely one of them. After so many years, he was still the same. Suo Lang is one of my people. Show some respect. The Waning Moon Queen was slightly displeased. Only then did Madame Poison stop teasing her. Then, does the Empress have any instructions for you? Okay, show me how to light an oil lamp. Madame Poison immediately revealed a wronged expression and said coquettishly, Empress, you're so bad. You want me to get hurt again. Even the Waning Moon Empress, who was a woman, felt her veins bulging. Hurry up. At her urging, Madame Poison Life shyly and reluctantly made a small cut on her wrist. Suddenly, a trace of blood flowed out. However, as a human, her blood was black. Watch carefully. She took out a drop of blood and flicked it onto the oil lamp. Suddenly, the extinguished oil lamp flickered with a faint spark. If there had been more blood, it would have been able to ignite the lamp. Her blood is not ordinary blood. Su, you could only test it this way. Fortunately, the Waning Moon Queen really trusted Zhuowei. Without hiding anything, she said, this guy entered the way with poison. Once, he accidentally consumed a poisonous plant that had been stained by the Emperor's blood. As a result, his temperament changed greatly. His body was still that of a man, but his temperament became that of a woman. Not only that, but a trace of the Emperor's blood still remains in his body. And it was precisely a trace of the Emperor's blood that could light that oil lamp. Hearing this, Su Yu's heart thumped. The secret to reigniting the holy body's oil lamp was the Emperor's blood. Su Yu had never dreamed that the key to reigniting the oil lamp was the Emperor's blood. After all, it was the Buddha of 10,000 lamps who had helped him reignite the oil lamp for the first time. It was not the Emperor's blood, but the truth was right in front of him. Su Yu was suddenly excited. He had half a drop of the emperor's blood in his hands. Wouldn't it be able to strengthen the flame and reignite the holy body? However, the oil lamp consumes a lot of the emperor's blood, the waning moon queen said helplessly. A drop of the emperor's blood can't even sustain the oil lamp for half a day. And even if all the emperor's blood in Madame Du Ming's body was drained, there would be less than a drop. Hearing this, Su Yu's excited heart quickly calmed down. He only had half a drop at the moment, which meant that he could only sustain the holy body for 4 hours. It seemed that he needed to find a way to examine the remains of the nine-tailed fox. Zuelang, is there anything else you want to ask? The waning moon queen said softly. If not, let's spend the night together. She breathed out, her eyes blurred. I haven't been touched by Zuelang for a long time. Hearing this, Madame Du Ming had goosebumps. I'm shy. He covered his face with his palms, but his eyes peeked out. Get lost. The waning moon queen snorted angrily, then turned and took Su Yu back to the palace. As soon as she returned, she pushed Su Yu onto the bed. She passionately undid his clothes. Su Yu hurriedly said, Queen, wait a moment, I have a surprise for you. The waning moon queen's hands did not stop. She asked, what surprise? Su Yu wiped his face with his palm, revealing his true face. Look, the waning moon queen immediately let out a scream. Who are you? She instinctively stepped back, clutching her chest as she stared at Su Yu in shock. It was her Zuelang a moment ago. How did he become a stranger in the blink of an eye? Thank you, Queen, for telling me so many secrets. Goodbye. Su Yu immediately left. How could the waning moon queen allow him to leave? What did you do to my Zuelang? The waning moon queen immediately used the time realm. Freeze. She had thought that she could easily freeze Su Yu. However, to the waning moon queen's surprise, Su Yu was not restricted by the time realm at all. Are you also proficient in the time realm? The waning moon queen asked in disbelief. However, seeing that Su Yu was about to steal it, a hint of madness flashed in her eyes. What did you do to my Zuelang? She took out a lion-shaped seal from her chest. Chapter 2676. She crushed the lion seal in her hand. A subtle fluctuation of the time realm surrounded her body, like a defensive belt. This item was used for defense and could not attack the enemy. Except for special occasions, the crazed waning moon queen slapped her palm toward the top of her head. It posed a great threat to his life. The fluctuation of the time realm seemed to sense it and immediately radiated outward. Suddenly, all the space around her was frozen in time. Even Su Yu himself was frozen in place. His time realm could not be used in the face of the time freeze. Yuan level time realm. Only the waning moon queen could move freely. Her figure was as fast as a swan as she arrived in front of Su Yu and grabbed his neck. Tell me, where is my husband? She said fiercely. At that moment, the effect of the time freeze ended. Su Yu could finally move again, but he had been subdued. He is in hell. Su Yu spat out a few words, and suddenly shot out a flying needle from his mouth. The waning moon queen was caught off guard and hurriedly dodged. Taking advantage of the split second, Su Yu used the space realm to break himself down into countless particles and disappeared without a trace. There is a space realm. The waning moon queen's eyes flashed with shock. Are you the successor of the ancient god Jilong? That was the only explanation for everything. Of course, no one would respond to him. Su Yu had already taken the opportunity to leave the queen's hall. He changed his appearance in a corner and calmly left Shiming City. Soon, Shiming City was sealed off and all suspicious people were searched. At the same time, the Holy City, the former lair of the Holy Demon. On top of the collapsed ruins stood a young man with a resolute expression. Raindrops fell, drenching his whole body. So that person was here before, the young man murmured. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely recognize him. The young man in front of him was the baby cut out of the Nine Serenities crystal. Later, in the Nine Serenities world, after a sacrifice, he suddenly grew up. He named himself Chu. He had severed his relationship with Suyu. He had actually sensed the scent left behind by Suyu. Drip! Suddenly the soil behind him squirmed. An old man covered in eyes slowly emerged from the ground. He was the sect master of the Greater One sect. His true identity was a mysterious creature that was cut out from the netherworld crystal by the real headmaster. Later, he killed the headmaster and pretended to be the headmaster to guard the Greater One sect for many years. It wasn't until the netherworld realm was dug out that his true identity was revealed. How is it? Chu asked without turning his head. The multi-eyed elder shook his head slowly. The holy devil has indeed betrayed the ancient god of the netherworld and us. It has already stolen the ancient god's good fortune and become the master of the heavenly law. Chu clenched his fists. Traitor! The multi-eyed elder said hoarsely, "There's no point in pursuing this matter now. What we should worry about is how to bring ancient God Nine Nether back to the earth." Before ancient God Nine Nether perished, he transformed his energy into the 4 great relics. He handed it over to the 4 protectors. If one day they could find the successor of ancient God Nine Nether and infuse the legacy into the successor's body, then a new ancient god of the netherworld would be born anew. Find the holy demon, kill him, and retrieve the relic, Chu said slowly. The multi-eyed old man said hoarsely, "Just the 2 of us?" Chu was silent for a long time before sighing softly. "Only by finding my sister and gathering the 3 protectors will we have a chance of killing the traitor." "Haha, are you still unwilling to meet Suyu?" Chu had a complicated look on his face as he sighed. "I just don't want to implicate him." But now his sister, the female corpse with the heavenly book characters on her body, was still in Suyu's hands. He could only go find Suyu. Ha ha ha, after all, he is the successor of ancient God Nine Dragon. He's on our side. Fine, I'll go give him a greeting gift. The conversation between the 2 was still lingering in the air. In the rain, there was no one to talk anymore. Time passed in a flash. After many days, Suyu finally returned to Nanming City. At this moment, in the Empress Great Hall, in a world that had its own space, thousands of underworld lords were leisurely cultivating and chatting among themselves. "So, Brother Li has also joined Empress Star Rain. Haha, isn't Brother Zhao the same? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. Empress Star Rain's grace is vast, and we should repay her kindness." As they were talking, Empress Star Rain walked in. Everyone immediately bowed, respectfully. "Greetings, Empress." Gazing at the thousands of underworld lords, Empress Star Rain's heart was agitated, and she sighed with emotion. Not long ago, she didn't even dare to dream of having thousands of masters around her. If she had 100 of them, she would have laughed even in her dreams. But now, everything had changed drastically, and she didn't know what to do. "Perhaps my greatest luck was getting to know my brother," Empress Star Rain murmured. After getting to know Suyu, everything in her life had started to become positive, and unimaginable changes had taken place. "Empress, please give us your orders." Empress Star Rain said, "I don't have any orders for now. Just focus on training. When the time is right, I will summon you." She followed Suyu's instructions and hid the strong men she had summoned in secret. She couldn't let outsiders know. As a result, Nanming City was still the weakest in the eyes of outsiders. "Empress, I am Inquan, and I am willing to serve you." A confident youth with a bull's horn stepped forward and bowed. Empress Star Rain furrowed her brows slightly. "I will wait for Mr. Su to come back and help me choose my guards. Please wait patiently." Only a few of her former 10 guards were left. They needed to be replenished. But Empress Star Rain didn't have the talent to jump out at others, so she had to wait for Su Yu to come back and make the decision. Ing Quan was still smiling. I am not talented, but I was once an advisor under the Waning Moon Empress. I can help you with many things. Now that Mr. Su is not here, I might be able to share your burden. His intention was to replace Su Yu. Empress Star Rain was disgusted. This person was extremely ambitious, and he didn't just want the position of an advisor. He wanted her as well. During their first meeting, Empress Star Rain had already noticed the obscure look in his eyes. But because of his special status, Empress Star Rain had tolerated him. This was because half of the 300 masters who had surrendered from Shiming City were led by Ing Quan. Therefore, she couldn't afford to offend Ing Quan unless it was absolutely necessary. Not for the time being. Thank you, Mr. Ing Quan, Empress Star Rain replied politely. You can continue to rest. After she spoke, she left the space. Ing Quan stood up and looked at Empress Star Rain's beautiful back. He was stunned. Hee, big brothering, do you really want to get your hands on Empress Star Rain? A crafty-looking confidant behind him asked with a smile. Chapter 2677. He had seen countless people in his life. Looking at Empress Star Rain, one could tell from her eyes that she was a rather simple person. It should be very easy to deceive. If he could deceive her, not only would he be able to enjoy the dream-broken boundaries #1 beauty, he would also be able to obtain such a huge amount of resources from her. The endless crystallization of time, the enormous number of Tao Lords, and the entire South Bright City. At that time, it would all be his. But big brothering, that Mr. Su's means are extraordinary. We have to be on guard. His confidant reminded, to be able to help Empress Star Rain reach her current level in a short period of time. From this, one could see how powerful this person was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could change the weather with a flip of his hand. He had to be careful of Empress Star Rain. Ing Quan didn't think much of it. He snorted coldly and said, What abilities does that person have? If I have enough time, I can also recruit so many Tao Lords. He mistakenly believed that Empress Star Rain's time crystallization came from her many years of accumulation. Little did he know that every time crystal that he enjoyed as an offering came from Su Yu. I'll look for an opportunity to spar with that so-called Mr. Su. I'll let Empress Star Rain see who's trustworthy. Ing Quan said. The confidant chuckled. Of course, it's Big Brother Ing who will crush the other party. Ing Quan was Empress Waning Moon's advisor, so he was very confident in himself. When Queen Star Rain left the space, she recalled Ing Quan's gaze and felt disgusted. Damn it! Queen Star Rain angrily punched the garden beside her. In the end, through the relief sculpture, he saw Qin Siener and her family, who were having a great time inside. She smiled and was about to go in. A figure appeared in the garden. It wasn't anyone else. It was Su Yu, Big Brother. She was overjoyed and was about to run in, but she slowly stopped. Su Yu and Qin Siener gave each other a deep hug. Then he patted Su Kaier's head. The three of them had a warm reunion. Empress Star Rain did not feel good in her heart. She felt a sour feeling of being abandoned. They were a family and he was just an outsider. Moreover, when Su Yu came back, the first person he wanted to see wasn't her, but his family. Thinking that, the Star Rain Empress ran off alone and sat in front of the ancient well, frowning. Sigh, people just don't know how to be content. Queen Star Rain muttered to herself. Once you get one, you want more. In the past, she only wanted southern Ming City to be strong. Now that the Nan Ming City was powerful, she wanted to monopolize Su Yu. The ravine at the bottom of one's heart could never be filled. What do you want? I can give it to you. A gentle voice rang out behind him. Looking back, Empress Star Rain couldn't help but feel happy, but then she purposely put on a straight face and said, I don't want anything. Is that so? Don't you want my gift? Su Yu took out a drop of the time essence. Although that strand of hair had been temporarily sealed by the mysterious old man, it was still not enough. But every few years, the time essence would still drip down. I don't want to, Queen Star Rain said. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to the time essence. Time essence. Suyu chuckled. You still don't want it? If you don't, I'll give it to someone else. No. Empress Star Rain snatched it over and said with a slightly red face, It's a waste for someone else. Her heart was filled with joy, and the gloominess she had felt just now disappeared. Suyu still remembered her, and he had prepared such a precious gift for her. Absorb it now, and I'll help you refine it, Suyu said. Empress Star Rain nodded happily. Several hours later, Empress Star Rain opened her eyes, which were filled with irrepressible surprise. My time bloodline has been completely activated. Under the effect of the time essence, her broken bloodline power had been restored to normal. From now on, she was a real descendant of the Time Master. Thank you, brother. Empress Star Rain wanted to jump into Suyu's arms subconsciously, but when she thought of his family, she held back. Suyu nodded. Fortunately, I made it before the competition for the Time Master. In another 5 years, the competition for the Time Master would officially begin. That would be the most turbulent and chaotic time in the dream-interrupted realm. She had managed to restore her bloodline in time, so she was considered qualified to compete. I'll need to train in isolation for the next few years. Is there anything I need to deal with personally? Suyu asked. He had finally obtained Xiaohao's time acceleration treasure, so he naturally had to master the restoration method of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne. Secondly, he had to study how to get more Emperor's blood in order to activate the sacred mortal body. Empress Star Rain thought about it and said, Yes, I want to select some qualified and reliable people as soon as possible. When you're not around, I can count on them. Suyu suddenly understood. I almost forgot. I have to deal with the group of people who have been recruited. Suyu nodded. The people recruited with a large amount of money were mixed. Some were good and some were bad. He couldn't use them all recklessly, so he had to screen them. You make the arrangements. Set a time and I'll inspect them, Suyu said. Empress Star Rain nodded her head in reliance. With her big brother in charge, she could rest assured about everything. Suyu went to a quiet place while he still had time. He took out the 9-colored power left by the Emperor's ruler. The power contained in it was extraordinarily powerful. Wouldn't it be great if he could refine it into his own cultivation? However, if he used it rashly, it would be too dangerous. He didn't want his cultivation to be damaged by this thing again. With a thought, Suyu summoned the dead woman. Take a drop, and I'll observe whether there's a safe way to absorb it. He couldn't, but he could use the dead woman as an experiment. Controlling the dead woman, the separated soul stared at Suyu and said, You're really generous. Suyu frowned. Why are you talking so much? Take it. He handed a drop of the 9-colored liquid to the dead woman, who took it hesitantly. Also, take off all your clothes, Suyu said. He had to observe the changes in her body to see whether the 9-colored power could affect her body again. The dead woman was stunned, and her eyes became a little strange. After a moment of hesitation, she undressed herself reluctantly. Suyu looked at her with a strange expression. What's wrong with you? You're just occupying the dead woman, not the real you. Why are you so hesitant? The consciousness of the separated soul was male, just like him. Why was it so awkward to take off her clothes? Suyu felt strange, as if he was ordering a conscious woman to take off her clothes. Okay. The dead woman pursed her lips, took off her clothes one by one, and finally she was naked. A beautiful body that was covered in runes entered his eyes. All right, take it, Suyu said, staring at her body without looking up. The dead woman raised her hand and put the drop of liquid into her mouth. Chapter 2678. As Suyu stared at the female corpse, he finally noticed that something was amiss. His eyes turned, and his palms quietly formed a seal behind him. He quietly withdrew his soul that had fused with the female corpse's body. With his current attainments in the soul, He was able to do it silently and undetectably. Why didn't you swallow it? So you took a step back and asked casually. The woman put down the droplet and said, Original, what are you going to do? Su Yu's heart shrank. He had already retracted his subsoul, so it was impossible for it to be his subsoul that was answering him now. It was the dead woman herself. His heart shuddered. The dead woman had woken up a long time ago. She had firmly suppressed Su Yu's divided soul, but she had been hiding it from Su Yu all along. It made Su Yu think that he was still in control of her. Thinking of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. How long has it been? What was her goal? How many secrets did she know about him? What's wrong with you? The dead woman seemed to have noticed that Su Yu had unintentionally taken a step back, so she walked over and asked. Su Yu took another step back and shouted, Stop right there! The female corpse stopped in her tracks. She was a little surprised, but she seemed to have realized something. She immediately checked her body. In the end, he discovered that the split soul that was residing in Su Yu's body was nowhere to be seen. He was exposed. The expression in the dead woman's eyes began to change. His eyes, which were originally exceptionally clear, became grave and stern at this moment. I originally wanted to endure for a while longer. A surge of power at the level of a tunnel master surged forth. Tell me, where did you learn the heavenly book characters? It turned out that the dead woman's target was the heavenly book characters that Su Yu had mastered. However, Su Yu's mastery of the heavenly book words was limited. Thus, she chose to endure and observe silently. He hoped to find the source of Su Yu's knowledge of the heavenly book. Unfortunately, he had no clue. It was only now that Su Yu discovered it, by accident. Su Yu secretly pinched a ruler's treasure and said coldly, Why should I sue you? Humph. Just because you took off my clothes the first time we met? The female corpse's face was slightly red as she said angrily. Ah, the corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. When Su Yu first discovered this woman in the Crystal of Nine Serenities, he was surprised to find that there were heavenly book characters on her face. Therefore, he took off his clothes to see if there were any on his body. However, at that time he only treated her as a corpse. Who asked you to pretend to be dead? Su Yu retorted. Now that he thought about it, she had already woken up at that time, but she had hidden her soul so deeply that Su Yu hadn't noticed it. It was no wonder that Su Yu couldn't resurrect him even when he used the life domain. It turned out that she didn't die at all. How could she be revived? What logic? You have to strip me naked just because I'm dead? The female corpse reprimanded. Hey, is it reasonable for you to pretend to be dead? Su Yu pinched the ruler's treasure and said, If you leave now, you still have a chance and don't come back. What else? The dead woman laughed angrily. You want to strip me again? Su Yu looked at her naked body. It seemed like there was nothing left for him to take off. Ahem, can't we talk properly? I've saved you from the netherworld crystal and saved your younger brother. Isn't it good to part on good terms now? Why must we fight and kill? The dead woman was startled. My brother? Who? At this moment, a sigh came from the void. It's me, Protector Fongling. There was a spatial fluctuation. A silhouette appeared. It was Chu who had just arrived. Protector Chu? Protector Fongling sized Chu up and said in surprise, You've recovered? Congratulations. Chu coughed awkwardly. Protector Fongling, can I ask you to put your clothes back on first? Protector Fongling blushed and put her clothes back on immediately. She said, You came just in time. Let's capture this shameless ** starred together. Her face was filled with hatred. Protector Fongling, forget it. Both of us are indebted to him. Chu looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. Him. Fongling hadn't died, but her consciousness didn't recover immediately. When she was cut out from the netherworld crystal, she only had very vague memories. She remembered being stripped by Su Yu. Chu told her everything in detail. After listening, Fongling covered her mouth. I can't believe your cultivation has regressed and returned to the state of a baby. Chu sighed. If it had been a few decades later, I would have regressed from the state of a baby to the state of nothingness. Mr. Su has done me a great favor. Protector Fengling, please have mercy. Fengling clenched her teeth and glared at Suyu. It's easy to let him go. Anyway, he has been controlling me for a long time while I was unconscious. Who knows what he has done to me? I'm used to it, but we must make him tell us the source of the words of the heavenly book. Su Yu couldn't defend himself. He really hadn't done anything to the dead woman. He had only taken off her clothes twice. Chu thought about it and said, Forget it, Fengling. We'll find a way to undo the words of the heavenly book on you. Humph. Forget it if you don't want to help. I can do it alone. Fengling snorted. I've seen his tricks anyway. In particular, she knew Suyu's areas and the 3-minute needles like the back of her hand. Huff! Fengling attacked immediately, a layer of faintly discernible, pitch-black flames bursting from her body. Su-Yu kept the Dominator treasure in his hand. Since she was someone he had just met, it wouldn't be nice to kill her on the spot. You've seen them all, right? What about this? Su-Yu opened his palm. The cauldron formed by the condensation of the 8 great areas came crashing down. Fengling was startled. How many more tricks do you have? In the blink of an eye, the black flames on the surface of Fengling's body shot up into the sky, turning into a giant palm that pushed upwards. All of a sudden, the cauldron of the 8 great areas was stopped. But before she could react, Su-Yu swiped his palm, and a replica ruler appeared. With a slash in the air, a long beam of 9-colored light struck down from above. Fengling couldn't take it anymore. She was suppressed by the cauldron, and she struggled with great difficulty on the ground. Open. Fengling was in existence at the peak of the early stage of the Pathmaster, after all. She had the vague intention of lifting the cauldron. Su-Yu took the opportunity to tap the air, and a needle imbued with the time realm shot over. With a poof, half of the needle sank into the space between her eyebrows. Fengling groaned in agony at the piercing pain in her soul, and she had no more strength to struggle. You obviously can't do it alone, Su-Yu said indifferently as he walked over. He glanced at Chu. You want to join in too? Chu stared at Su-Yu in surprise. It had only been a few years, but when they met again, Su-Yu already possessed the terrifying ability to fight the Pathmaster alone. Mr. Su, please let her go, considering that she has no obvious ill intentions, Chu said with mixed feelings. Su-Yu said expressionlessly, She'd better stay forever, lest I have to be wary of her all the time. If he let her go, it was hard to guarantee that this woman wouldn't launch a surprise attack. Chu was in a dilemma. They had come this time to take Guardian Fengling away. Haha. Su-Yu, why don't you do me a favor and let her go? I'll give you some additional compensation. There was another spatial fluctuation. Chapter 2679. Seeing him, Su-Yu was not surprised at all. So, you are also one of the guardians of the ancient god Geo. The 4 guardians of the ancient god Geo had all shown up. The holy demon, Chu, Fengling, and the multi-eyed old man. Ha! The multi-eyed old man laughed hoarsely and took out an ancient scroll. The ancient god Geo had a conversation with the ancient god Geo about some special uses of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. I think it might be useful to you. The multi-eyed old man tossed it to Su-Yu. Hearing that, Su-Yu's pupils constricted. Special uses of the divine 9-dragon cauldron? He caught it with the sleeve of his robe and did not use his hand to hold it. Why would the ancient god Geo pass on such an important method of using it? Su-Yu shook his head in disbelief. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was the most important thing to the ancient god Geo. How could he give it to an outsider? It's true, Chu said. Perhaps the ancient god Geo had a premonition and distributed what he had learned to the other ancient gods in advance. Just in case something happened to him one day, and he couldn't pass on everything he had learned. The ancient god Geo received part of the method of controlling the divine nine-dragon cauldron. What? Su Yu was secretly shocked. Was there such a thing? His heart thumped, and he could not help but withdraw the 8 cauldrons and release Fengling. All right, you can go now. Su Yu waved his hand. He could not wait to read the incomplete scroll. Bastard! Fengling was furious and embarrassed. She wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Chu and the multi-eyed old man. You are no match for the descendant of the ancient god Geo, especially since he has surpassed you. The multi-eyed old man laughed hoarsely. Only then did Fengling give up in anger. Brat, don't let me see you again, Fengling threatened. Unwilling to give up, she used the space talisman and prepared to leave this place to find a place to reunite and discuss the resurrection of the ancient god Geo. All of a sudden, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. There was a powerful seal on the door, and ordinary people could not kick it open. Mother, look, father is groping other women inside. The person who opened the door immediately shouted before he could see what was going on inside. Qin Xianer walked over and looked inside. She saw that there were 3 other strangers besides Su Yu. Kai. Father is talking to an important guest. What are you doing? Qin Xian pinched Su Kai's ear. At this time, Su Kai discovered that the situation in the room had changed greatly. She hurriedly explained, feeling wronged. It's true. I just saw father and this naked woman shamelessly entangled together. Su Kai pointed at Fengling. The latter's face turned red from being pointed at, and he said, Hey, let's be clear. We're not tangling, we're fighting. Really, don't you know what nonsense you're spouting? In any case, she just stripped naked. Humph, shameless woman, seducing my father. Su Kai rolled her eyes. Fengling's eyes widened. It's clearly your father. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu rushed over and covered her mouth. Xian, why are you here? Quickly take Kai back. Su Yu was quite embarrassed. How could he let this woman say it out loud? That would be even more difficult to explain. All right, husband, please continue with your work. Qin Xianer looked at Fengling calmly. He did not feel threatened at all. She understood that Su Yu would not be tempted by such a woman. The only thing that could tempt him was, apart from her, there was only that woman, right? Thinking of this, Qin Xianer's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Xia Jingyu, it had been 100 years, and she had almost forgotten her face. However, she could not forget her name. The name of the woman who still lived in Su Yu's heart. She grabbed Su Kai and turned to leave. Suddenly, the old man said, My lady, please wait. Qin Xianer turned around and asked, Do you have any advice? The old man blinked his eyes, then suddenly knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, Guardian Duo Mu pays his respects to master. Chu's whole body trembled, and he looked at Qin Xianer in surprise. He hesitated and said, Duo Mu, could she be? Duo Mu responded to him with a solemn look. Chu took a deep breath and knelt down immediately. Guardian Chu pays his respects to master. Fengling was stunned, then knelt down as well. Guardian Fengling pays her respects to master. Apart from Su Yu, Qin Xianer and Su Kai were all stunned. What are you doing? Qin Xianer asked, puzzled. Suddenly, she felt a warmth in her chest, and the little black phoenix flew out, hovering above Qin Xianer's head. The ancient god of Juyo's divine artifact, the divine fire of Juyo. Fengling cried out in shock. This was a divine artifact that only the descendants of the ancient god of Juyo could wield. It had actually appeared in the body of the young girl in front of them. Without a doubt, she was the descendant of the ancient god of Juyo, the master they needed to assist in becoming the new ancient god of Juyo. What are you doing? I am not your master, Qin Xianer said hurriedly. Fengling's eyes were filled with respect as she said, Master, I have eyes but failed to recognize you. She had seen Qin Sienna several times while disguised as the female corpse. However, she had not recognized her identity. Qin Sienna looked at Su Yu in bewilderment, asking for help. Su Yu sighed. I wanted to hide it from you for a while longer. To be honest, he did not want Qin Sienna to recognize the three of them, because if she did, Qin Sienna would be like him, a person that all the rulers wanted to destroy. Unexpectedly, fate had brought them together, apart from the ambitious holy demon. The other three protectors were gathered around him. And finally, they recognized Qin Sienna, the descendant of the ancient god of Geo. Everything seemed to be guided by an invisible force and could not be changed. Husband. Qin Sienna held Su Yu's arm and asked in confusion, Do you know anything? Su Yu told her about how the ancient god of Geo sealed the Geo world before his death, and how he distributed his power to the four guardians, passing it on to the next descendant, and how a new ancient god of Geo finally appeared. Qin Sienna was stunned for a while. She had not explicitly fought for the power of the ancient god of Geo, but they had taken the initiative to come to her. In comparison, Su Yu really felt that he was not a descendant at all. Apart from the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he had to rely on himself for everything else. Even the lifetime knowledge that the ancient god of Geo had given to the other 7 ancient gods required Su Yu to find them one by one. Unlike Qin Sienna, the guardians had come to him directly. They were all descendants of the ancient gods, but the gap between them was too great. Master, please let us follow you, the 3 said in unison. If they could defeat the saint demon, the 4 guardians would unite and give all the gifts to Qin Sienna. Then, a new ancient god of Geo would be born. This all right. Qin Sienna thought about it, looked at Su Yu and Su Kai, and nodded in agreement. She had been hiding in the sacred city for many years, and she longed to be able to protect her daughter. She longed to no longer be a burden to Su Yu. Chapter 2680. Mother, how could you take in this vixen? Su Kai, popped her head out and stared at Protector Feng Ling angrily. The latter blushed, feeling both angry and amused. Now that Su Kai was the young master, she could not be bothered. Don't talk nonsense, Qin Sienna scolded. Su Kai stuck out her tongue and muttered, She is a vixen, a stinky vixen, a vixen who stole my father. Protector Feng Ling could only smile bitterly. She really wanted to strangle her. Su Yu's veins were throbbing on his forehead. Kai, stop talking nonsense. I only have a normal relationship with Protector Feng Ling. You're just a kid. Humph. Su Kai, snorted and said unhappily, You should reflect on yourself, father. You're always provoking this and that. Huh. Who did I provoke? Su Yu was amused. His daughter was really unruly. How could she talk to her father like that? Don't think I didn't see that stinky girl, the Empress. She's sticking to you like a shadow, and you're still trying to please her. She probably saw Su Yu give a drop of the time essence to the Star Rain Empress. She thought Su Yu was provoking her. Really, seducing married men just because you look like a young girl. Shameless. Su Kai said angrily. The Star Rain Empress was no younger than Su Yu, but because of her physique and cultivation, her appearance had always been that of a young girl of 14 or 15 years old. Moreover, she was so beautiful that Su Kai was a little jealous. Kai, go back and kneel. Qin Sienna's pretty face turned cold. She was getting more and more unruly. I'll kneel. Su Kai ran back angrily with a long face. Chu and Duomu looked at each other and smiled. Su Yu's daughter was really rebellious. Qin Sienna sighed. I didn't teach my daughter well. I'm sorry. Su Yu looked in the direction of Su Kai, his heart filled with indescribable regret. Su Kai had grown up in a destitute environment, so she was rebellious. Su Kai was also responsible for this. Looking at Chu, Duomu, and Feng Ling, Su Yu muttered, What are your plans for the future? Can you tell me? He still needed to consider whether or not to leave 3 ancient God Nine nether protectors at his side. Duo Mu looked at Qin Xianer, and after getting the latter's approval, he slowly said, "We plan to find the Saint Demon and obtain the legacy of the ancient god of the 9 underworlds from him. When the time comes, the 4 remnants will be gathered, and a new ancient god of the 9 nether will be created." When Suyu heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "What do you mean by recreating an ancient god of the netherworld?" Suyu asked. Multi-Eyed laughed hoarsely. "Naturally, it is to let Master obtain the power of the ancient god of the 9 nether and become the new ancient god of the 9 nether." "Really?" Suyu kept his guard up. When it came to ancient gods, he had to be careful. If the ancient god used Qin Xianer's body to revive and occupy her body, the gains would not make up for the losses. "When do you plan to attack the holy demon?" Suyu asked. Duo Mu pondered and said, "The Saint Fiend is hiding now. We can only wait for him to appear." Hearing this, Suyu said meaningfully, "That day won't be too far away." The holy demon was ambitious and coveted the entire time domain. Sooner or later, he would appear when the world was in chaos. At that time, the struggle for the position of ruler would be at its most intense. "For the time being, you will stay in Empress Star Rain's mansion and try not to show yourselves," Suyu said. The 3 of them nodded. After settling them down, Suyu immediately took out the remnant chapter that Duo Mu had given him. It recorded the conversation between ancient god Nine Nether and ancient god Nine Dragon. In particular, the conversation between ancient god Nine Dragon was recorded in the most detail. Suyu's eyes were glued to it, and he looked through it in detail without missing a single word. A few days later, in a cavern world, Suyu took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron and uttered obscure words. His hands kept forming seals. A moment later, he slammed his palm on the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Roar! In an instant, the 8 crystallized dragons looked as if they had been freed from their shackles. They flew down from the divine 9-dragon cauldron and grew to be tens of thousands of feet tall. Each of the giant dragons emitted the same cultivation as Suyu. Moreover, they each controlled a domain. 8 dragons' flight. In an instant, 8 10,000 zhang long giant dragons, carrying the divine 9-dragon cauldron, soared to the sky. The divine 9-dragon cauldron spun faster and faster as the 8 dragons pushed against it. In the end, it turned into an afterimage. Puff! Puff! The spinning divine 9-dragon cauldron flew out and smashed everything in its way. It was a complete shattering, destroying both his body and soul. It caused it to not exist in the world at all. Suyu waved his palm, causing the divine 9-dragon cauldron to slowly stop revolving. Its whole body seemed to be burning red, and it was emitting green smoke. If the ancient god Jialong were to use it, a casual strike would be enough to destroy the entire dream-interrupted world. Suyu was not very satisfied with his own performance. The power of the divine 9-dragon cauldron depended on the mastery of the 8 domains. Suyu had only mastered the middle-level domain, and he was far from being able to unleash the power of this strike. Of course, this was only relative to ancient god 9-dragon. So far, the power it had unleashed was still quite impressive. With a single strike, an early-stage Dao Lord should have been reduced to ashes, unable to resist at all. In addition, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had many other uses that were unknown to him. The most amazing thing about it was its refinement ability. With the cauldron as the furnace and the 8 domains as the tinder, it could smelt everything in the world. Ancient god 9-dragon had personally said this in the conversation in the remnant piece. He had once used the divine 9-dragon's cauldron to refine a fiend whose cultivation was close to that of a sovereign. The evil spirit was dead. However, its great path was refined into 9 elixirs by the divine 9-dragon cauldron. One of the elixirs was given to ancient god 9-nether. According to ancient god 9-dragon, one elixir could create a heavenly lawmaster. Suyu was overwhelmed with emotion as he stroked the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He had never imagined that the divine nine-dragon cauldron would possess such terrifying power. Suddenly he had a thought. He took out the remaining power of the bottle of the nine-colored ruler. Since the divine nine-dragon cauldron could smelt everything, could he dispel the destructive power of this power and leave only its pure power? With a thought, he immediately poured the whole bottle of liquid into the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Then, according to the smelting method that ancient god Nine-Dragon had described, he began to activate it. Suddenly, the 8 domains turned into flames and roasted under the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Waves of 9-colored mist emerged from within the divine nine-dragon cauldron. This continued for a full 3 days. Only when there was no longer any trace of the 9-colored mist did Suyu stop, somewhat exhausted. With ancient god Nine-Dragon's power, smelting this little thing would probably take the blink of an eye. Suyu spent an entire 3 days and 3 nights. He opened the divine nine-dragon cauldron and looked inside. A crystal glass bowl the size of a thumb appeared. He immediately took it out and was delighted to discover that it was filled with exceptionally pure power, without any impurities. The remaining power of the 9-colored ruler had also been completely wiped out. Chapter 2681. He immediately swallowed it. All of a sudden, the Tao marks in Suyu's body were filled at an alarming rate. In just half a day, he had reached his limit. With a pop, his cultivation broke through to the middle stage of nirvana. However, it had not stopped yet. The power of the crystal ball was incredible, and it was still filling up with Tao marks. 2 days later, Suyu raised his head and roared. A surge of mysterious path power surged out like a mountain torrent. Late stage of middle nirvana. Suyu was amazed. The power of the heavenly ruler was almost completely preserved under the refinement of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. That was why it had such great power. It had advanced his cultivation by 2 whole levels. In the future, with the divine nine-dragon cauldron, he would not have to worry about cultivation difficulties. He solemnly put away the remnant of the book and left the secret room. Next, it was time to use Xiaohao's time acceleration treasure to study the cultivation method of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne. However, before long-term isolation, there was one thing that needed to be taken care of. With a thought, he came to the side of Empress Starrain. She was holding a list of names in her hands, frowning as she thought about it. "Are these the new guards that you have in mind?" Suyu asked. Empress Starrain was used to Suyu's mysterious appearance. Without turning her head, she said, "No, I just listed the stronger ones, but I hope you can help me choose them." After experiencing the repeated betrayals of the guards, Empress Starrain did not have the slightest confidence in her judgment of people. "Let's go to the cavern world. I will personally inspect them." Suyu's eyes were cold. Suddenly recruiting so many tunnel masters, there would inevitably be people with ulterior motives. It had to be taken care of. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. When the 2 of them appeared in the cavern world, the many tunnel masters who had sensed it all appeared. Empress Starrain introduced with a smile. "This person beside me is Mr. Su, my most important advisor." On the surface, Suyu appeared as her advisor. Hearing this, many tunnel masters looked at him in surprise. They had long heard that Empress Starrain had a capable advisor by her side. Poaching all of them was the work of this advisor. "Greetings, Mr. Su." They all greeted him. However, some of the tunnel masters did not move. Among them, In Quan was the leader. They stood with their arms crossed, not giving Suyu any face. Empress Starrain looked over, frowning silently. She would leave the following matters to Suyu, and she would try her best not to interfere. Suyu smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, everyone, for coming to lend the Empress a hand. I, Su, am eternally grateful." He swept his gaze across the crowd. When his gaze landed on In Quan's group, he discovered that the 300 of them had formed a small circle and did not interact with the other tunnel masters. Furthermore, his attitude towards him seemed to contain a hint of rejection, especially one of the young men, who looked at him with a playful expression. Su Yu glanced at him as if he hadn't noticed. He continued, "Today I'm here to select 10 guards for the Empress who are qualified in terms of capability, temperament, and loyalty." After a pause, he said, "The Imperial Guard's pay will also be doubled." Hearing this, all the Tao masters present erupted into an uproar. Their monthly offerings were already an astronomical figure. The personal guards actually doubled the number. Those who are interested can sign up now. Me. The crowd burst into an uproar, and Su Yu recorded the names of all the applicants in an orderly manner. But the 300 disciples turned a deaf ear to him. Su Yu looked at them and asked, "Are all of you not willing?" It was as if Ying Quan had been waiting for the sentence. He opened his folding fan with a fake smile and waved it lightly. "Of course we are willing to serve the Empress, but we do not wish to be humiliated." The Tao masters behind him all revealed playful smiles. It was as if they were watching a good show. Su Yu put down the name list and said, "Oh, humiliated? Who humiliated you?" Ying Quan laughed. "Mr. Su, of course. Why do you say that?" Su Yu was calm and composed, not angered. Ying Quan said in a strange tone, "Mr. Su, with your meager cultivation base, you are here to test if we are qualified to become the Empress's guards. If this is not humiliation, what is?" He closed the folding fan in his hands and said calmly, "We are here to serve the Empress, not to bend our knees and allow ourselves to be trampled on by others." Actually, these words were what many of the Tao masters were thinking. They were all Tao masters. What was Su Yu? Not to mention the human race, his cultivation base was appallingly low. What right did he have to stand on their heads and act arrogantly? There were many who were unconvinced. Trample on? Su Yu laughed lightly. Ying Quan could not understand the helplessness and contempt in Su Yu's laughter. He stood calmly and said, "I am not talented. I was once the advisor of the Waning Moon Empress. My abilities are 10 times, 100 times better than yours. If you are unconvinced, you can compete with me," Ying Quan said confidently. Now, in front of the Star Rain Empress, he wanted to crush Su Yu in all aspects. Presumably, the Star Rain Empress would understand his importance and replace Su Yu as the person beside the Empress. Following that, he would advance step by step and obtain the Empress's body and heart. He already had a clear and detailed plan in his mind. "All right, let's compete in what you are best at," Su Yu said simply. He did not hesitate in the slightest. Ying Quan was slightly stunned. He had thought that Su Yu would hesitate. He did not expect him to be so straightforward. "I did not know that you were quite confident in yourself." Ying Quan looked at Su Yu thoughtfully. He did not understand where Su Yu's confidence came from. He was a strong martial artist at the level of a roadmaster, as well as the senior advisor of the Waning Moon Empress. No matter how he looked at it, he was stronger than Su Yu in all aspects. Enough with the nonsense. "Tell me, what are you best at?" Su Yu asked indifferently. Ying Quan chuckled. What he was best at was his cultivation level. But in comparison, would Su Yu have the ability to resist? "I do not bully others." "All right, let's first come up with a plan. Let's see who is better." Ying Quan casually tossed out 100 scrolls, appearing in front of the crowd. Ying Quan said proudly, "These scrolls contain the 100 important matters that I have dealt with in my life. Every one of them was handled perfectly, and I have won the praise of the Waning Moon Empress. If you can solve 10 of them, I will admit defeat." The road masters behind him secretly shook their heads. Ying Quan's abilities were indeed brilliant. He had dealt with many troublesome matters. The matters recorded in the 100 scrolls were all exceptionally difficult matters. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to solve one of them in a short period of time. Moreover, he had to solve 10 of them. "In order to take care of you, I will give you an extra day to consider," Ying Quan said calmly. Su Yu did not say a word, flipping open the scrolls. He glanced through the first scroll, then the second, the third, the fourth. When he was done, Su Yu creased his brows and asked, "Are you sure you did not take the wrong scrolls?" In Quan froze for a moment, flipping through them simply. "Am I wrong?" Su Yu said, "Didn't you say that these were exceptionally troublesome matters? Why are they all trivial matters? For example, there was a scroll that recorded the betrayal of a person carrying important information. In Su Yu's eyes, this was a trivial matter. Chapter 2682. Trivial Matters. In Quan laughed. He had thought that Su Yu would be shocked by his various abilities. Who knew that Su Yu would casually say that these were trivial matters? Any one of the scrolls would be enough to give a road master a headache. He did not know where Su Yu got the courage to say that these were trivial matters. You really think too highly of yourself. In Quan shook his folding fan and said, "Since you are so confident in yourself, then please solve 10 of them within a day." He looked at Su Yu calmly, wanting to see how Su Yu would embarrass himself in front of the crowd. However, Su Yu only casually raised his brush and casually left a few strokes on the scrolls. Every scroll was the same. Su Yu used less than a jaw stick's time to finish reading all 100 scrolls. These trivial matters are a waste of time. Su Yu put down his brush, frowning. Your so-called test is, frankly speaking, quite childish. In Quan was stunned. You have solved it, just like that. His face was filled with anger. You are good at insulting people. Just a few strokes of the brush was enough to solve an extremely complicated file? Su Yu calmly said, "If I were you, I would have flipped through the scrolls long ago if I had the time to dilly-dally." In Quan squeezed his folding fan, laughing angrily. "All right, but don't just let me read it. Everyone take a look." With a wave of his folding fan, all the scrolls flew into the air and unfurled before the eyes of the crowd. The crowd swept their eyes over the scrolls, clearly seeing the words Su Yu had written. But the crowd, who had been waiting to see a joke, were all stunned. This was because, according to the scroll, the solution that Su Yu had provided was simply flawless. Although there were only a few lines of words, every word hit the nail on the head. Look at that scroll. I remember that in Quan's solution was to save 9 of the 18 hostages. But if we had followed Su Yu's method, we could have guaranteed the survival of at least 12 hostages. It looks like In Quan's solution was too thoughtless. And this scroll, look. The crowd's eyes were bright. Looking at the same scroll, it was clear whose solution was better. The sneer on In Quan's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a stiff expression. Even he had to admit that Su Yu's solution was far more brilliant than his. It would have been fine if only 1 or 2 scrolls were like that, but all the scrolls were like that. That would be too shocking. The most frightening thing was that Su Yu had completed it within the time it took for an incense stick to burn. 1 incense stick's worth of time. How much experience did he have to have been able to handle all the files almost perfectly in such a short period of time? Su Yu's face was expressionless, and he quietly waited for the crowd to finish reading. He then asked, "Now, who else is still unconvinced?" The way the rest of the people looked at Su Yu finally changed. This person was not as incompetent as In Quan made him out to be. On the contrary, he was full of wisdom and was an extremely scheming person. In Quan felt a little embarrassed. But when he noticed Empress Star Rain casting him a gloating look, he gritted his teeth and said, "What are you so happy about? I haven't even used what I'm best at." He wasn't talking about the Star Rain Empress, but Su Yu. "Am I happy?" Su Yu asked calmly. "I don't need to be happy just to settle a trivial matter." These words were particularly harsh to In Quan's ears. Just now, wasn't In Quan gloating over the fact that he had solved 100 scrolls? The one with the surname Su, do not insult others. In Quan released the powerful cultivation level of an Earth Master and stared at Su Yu. Su Yu's expression was calm. "If speaking the truth is considered humiliating, then I can only say that you are too weak." No matter how weak I am still stronger than a Nirvana realm human like you. In Quan let out a roar and charged forward. Su, you stood on the spot, not moving an inch. Strength is what you are best at, right? Wouldn't it have been better if he had done this earlier? Why do you have to seek your own humiliation? Su, you asked calmly. After a pause, he continued. But if we compete in strength, you're still asking to be humiliated. With a flick of his finger, 3 flying needles shot out. One of them had a very ordinary trajectory and was easily dodged. As for the other 2, one contained the time domain, while the other contained the space domain. How could In Quan deal with them so easily? With a blood-curdling scream, 2-minute needles pierced through his body. In an instant, In Quan let out a blood-curdling scream. His soul had been severely injured. He lay on the ground, rolling around with his head in his hands, screaming incessantly. Swish, after retrieving the 3 flying needles. Suyu looked at In Quan and shook his head. You dare challenge me with such meager abilities? He lifted his gaze and looked at the 300 or so Earth Masters behind In Quan. All of them averted their gazes fearfully. Those 3 flying needles were indeed strange. All right, that's all for the recruitment list for the guards. I will choose the qualified ones from among them. Su, you carried the list and turned to leave with Empress Star Rain. The Earth Masters looked at each other in dismay. Was the selection over just like that? He had not even asked about their specific strengths and special abilities. In the space, time passed in a flash. 3 days later, all of a sudden, the sound of intense fighting could be heard from outside the space. It was as if some extraordinarily powerful person had charged in from outside. With a boom, the space was shattered. Several people with powerful cultivations appeared. Empress Waning Moon and Ada, Air and Asen were among them. Great Emperor Xiaohao and Yanran were among them. In Great Emperor Xiaohao's hand was the head of Empress Star Rain. The boundless smell of blood and the sound of fighting swept in from outside. Haha, so there is still a group of survivors here. Great Emperor Xiaohao sneered. Kill them all, leave no one alive. All of a sudden, everyone panicked. What was going on? Had the fight for the Time Master begun in advance? Empress Star Rain's death had caught them off guard. Some of them chose to fight with their lives on the line, but there was also a group of people who thought for a moment and chose to surrender. Only a few of them were thinking calmly. Very well, those who surrender will be spared. Empress Waning Moon said coldly. In Quan immediately smiled and led the 300 Earth Masters forward. He said respectfully, Greetings, Your Majesty. Empress Waning Moon looked down at him from above, her brows arched. Why are you here? In Quan said hurriedly, Your Majesty, I am here to be a spy for you. Have you forgotten? As he spoke, he hurriedly took out the secret letter hidden under his skin. When he unfolded it, he could clearly see that Empress Waning Moon's handwritten secret letter was inside. She ordered In Quan to lead a group of people and pretend to surrender. She wanted to find out who was secretly controlling the dream domain and wait for an opportunity to act. That was why In Quan dared to set his sights on Empress Star Rain. His goal was to wait for an opportunity to act. Chapter 2683. This snort frightened the 300 underworld lords behind him into hurriedly taking out their identity tokens, indicating that they were acting under orders. He had no intention of betraying the Waning Moon Empress. The other group was Emperor Xiaohao's spies. Everyone revealed themselves and introduced themselves. Very good. Follow me, Empress Waning Moon and Emperor Xiaohao said in unison. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief and looked at the Earth lords left behind in the space with pity in their eyes. Their fate was clear. Only death awaited them. As for you... When everyone had left, Emperor Xiaohao stood at the gap and looked at them with disdain. This filled their faces with despair. She had just joined Empress Star Rain when she was killed. Was there anyone more unlucky than this? At this moment, they wanted to cry, but had no tears. However, Emperor Xiaohao's tone suddenly changed. Congratulations, you have passed the test. The strongest among you will be chosen to serve as Empress Star Rain's personal guard. Hearing this, they were dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. On the other hand, the 400 or so Earth Tunnel Masters who had left the space were stunned. Assessment. Just then, they left the space, and the situation of the foreigners became clear to them. As he swept his gaze across the area, his expression changed. Empress Star Rain's residence was peaceful and serene, where was the slightest trace of a great battle. Moreover, Empress Star Rain was still alive. In the yard in front of him, Su Yu was sitting quietly on a chair with his legs crossed. Empress Star Rain massaged his shoulders and back. Mr. Su sure has a way to force out so many problematic tunnel lords. Empress Star Rain was secretly shocked. He had thought that it was an individual like Ying Quan who had a problem. Who knew that there would be so many spies in one go? He had underestimated the waning moon Empress and Emperor Xiaohao. Did they think that they could easily poach their people? Who would have thought that they would secretly send a needle? If it was time for the Time Dominators' War, they would change sides. The consequences would be terrifying. She had invited Su Yu to test them, which was a wise decision. You guys... Ying Quan immediately understood what was going on. What he didn't understand was that everything just now wasn't an illusion. But why did it feel so real? You managed to figure it out so easily. I really overestimated you, Su Yu said calmly. Ying Quan narrowed his eyes. Since it was exposed, what else was there to explain? Kill this man. Ying Quan bellowed. It was only after coming into contact with Su Yu that he realized how terrifying Su Yu was. He had hidden his strength well. With such a person by Empress Star Rain's side, there would be no end of trouble. However, could Empress Star Rain force them to act? You don't have the right to act as you please in my mansion. She formed a seal with her hands and immediately activated the mansion's formation. That was a mid-stage Dao Lord-level formation, and it was used to defend against external enemies. A 5-colored energy net fell from the sky. It enveloped everyone who had just come out. Ying Quan did not panic. He sneered and said, "There are so many of us. Why would we be afraid of a mere formation of yours? If it was a formation at the level of a heavenly Dao Master, the 400 or so Dao Masters would naturally be helpless against it. Unfortunately, this was only a mid-stage Dai Lord. Break! Ying Quan bellowed angrily. Together with the others, they exerted their strength and instantly tore apart the giant net. Then, like a tidal wave, they rushed toward Su Yu. However, Su Yu remained motionless. There was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. He casually took out a small cauldron and tossed it into the air. Suddenly, the small cauldron grew to a size of 10,000 feet. With a thud, it descended and trapped all of them within it. Then, Su Yu activated the 8 great domains. Using the domains as fire, he refined them on the spot. In an instant, screams filled the air. Within the divine 9-dragon cauldron, they exerted all their strength in an attempt to break out of it. The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook incessantly, as if it was about to be opened. Suppress! Su Yu casually tossed out a cauldron of the 8 great domains. The 2 cauldrons overlapped, suppressing much of the resistance. However, they were, after all, more than 400 Dao Masters. With Su Yu's strength, he could not completely suppress them. When they gradually calmed down from their panic and began to work together, the divine 9-dragon cauldron began to show signs of breaking apart. What are you waiting for? Su Yu said calmly, "Come and help." Within the space, the group of Dao Masters came out in a line. Under Su Yu's command, they exerted all their strength to suppress the resistance. There were more than 800 of them. Working together to suppress the resistance of more than 400 people was a piece of cake. Thump! Thump! In the end, only the sound of raindrops could be heard coming from within the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine cauldron was as stable as Mount Tai and could not be shaken any more. 10 days later, the sound of raindrops became much weaker. A month later, only a few sounds of knocking could be heard. Half a year later, the inside was deathly still, and a large amount of black smoke began to rise from it. A whole year later, the last wisp of smoke dissipated from within. Exhausted, the many Earth Road Masters withdrew their Earth Road Master powers. Suyu stood up and waved at the air. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shrank continuously until it was the size of a palm and returned to his palm. Fortunately, he had secretly used the secret technique passed down by the ancient god Jiulong to change the shape of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Therefore, none of the 800 Tao Masters before him recognized that it was the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Lowering his head, he saw that the interior of the cauldron was filled with thumb-sized crystal balls. Each of them represented a Tao Master's lifetime cultivation and great path. Suyu suppressed his desire to swallow them all, took out 10 of them, and said, "These 10 people, I will reward each of them with one." He called out their names one by one. Those whose names were called out were the ones who had been exceptionally calm and steady during the assessment. They had not surrendered, nor had they rebelled a second time. To be able to calmly determine the truth of a matter in a crisis was enough to prove that they were qualified to be Empress Star Rain's personal guards. The 10 Tao Masters were slightly stunned, not understanding what it was. Swallow it. They hesitated for a moment, then tried to swallow it into their stomachs. In the end, they were overjoyed to find that their cultivation, which had stagnated for countless years, was rising rapidly. There was even an elderly Earth Road Master who had reached the peak of the Earth Road Master in one go, and was on par with Fei Yinxing. The other 9 Tao Masters had also made tremendous progress. "Mr. Su, what is this?" The 10 Tao Masters were excited. Suyu replied calmly, "It is a type of reward that you can obtain again if you perform well." He did not mention what it was. They did not need to be concerned about it, because what they were concerned about was how they could obtain it again. "Mr. Su, what about us?" The remaining Tao Masters were so jealous that their eyes had turned red. "Oh my God, is there a better resource than this? One of them can reach the peak of the early stage." Suyu's lips curled up and he laughed softly. "That will depend on your performance in 4 years' time." In 4 years' time, it would be the time to contest for the Time Master. That moment would come very soon. Chapter 2684. After settling the matter of the recruited underground master, Suyu no longer had any worries. After accompanying Qin Xianer and Su Kai, for a few days he went into seclusion. He took out Xiaohao's time acceleration artifact and activated it. Instantly, the time in the secret room sped up by 10,000 times. 40,000 years. Here was only 4 years in the outside world. This was the longest secluded cultivation Suyu had ever experienced in his life. Taking a deep breath, Suyu took out a thick stack of information about the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne. He would strive to completely master the cultivation method of the Nightmare Crossing Lotus Throne within 40,000 years. He weaved signs with one hand, and another Suyu, who looked exactly like him, appeared beside him. It was a doppelganger formed from his soul. Leave the matter of comprehending the crossing abyss lotus to him. As for the main body, with a thought, Suyu entered the storage space that he carried with him. There, a lifelike, snow-white fox was lying there peacefully. She was beautiful and noble, making people want to worship her. Of the 8 tails behind it, one of them had been cut off and was nowhere to be found. Suyu waved his palm, and the severed tail flew over and landed on his palm. Back then, the remnant soul of the 9-tailed heavenly prince had tricked Suyu into bringing her and her corpse to the demon realm. It was all for the sake of reuniting its body and the last piece of its tail that had been lost. This way, the remnant soul would be able to completely control the corpse and indirectly revive the 9-tailed heavenly emperor. It was a pity that Suyu had seen through it and destroyed it. After so many years, Su Yu faced the corpse of the nine-tailed emperor again. The blood of the emperor can be used as the oil in the sacred mortal body oil lamp. He murmured, "The Buddha of 10,000 lanterns gave me the light with all his power, but he didn't give me the oil to keep the flame burning." At this moment, he somewhat understood why the oil lamp had withered. A rootless fire could only burn for a while. As long as the oil was always there, the light would never be extinguished. Half a drop of the emperor's blood was only enough to maintain the lamp for an hour. Therefore, he needed more. He had tried to move the body of the nine-tailed emperor, but with his current ability, he could not even move it. Wanting to refine the blood of the emperor from it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, this broken tail could still be tried. Su Yu took out the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He placed the broken tail inside and used the 8 domains as flames to refine it. Time flowed like water. In the accelerated state, 10 years passed in a flash. Su Yu's body was covered with dust. Day after day, he continued to refine the tail. However, 10 years had passed. His tail was still broken. There was no sign of it being refined at all. Even the color of its fur did not change. It was as if all of Su Yu's efforts over the past 10 years had been in vain. But he did not give up. The oil lamp was one of the most powerful weapons in his life as a sacred mortal body cultivator. As long as there was a shred of hope, they would definitely not let it go. Another 10 years passed, but the tail was still the same. 30 years had passed. 40 years passed. 50 years passed. After 100 years, the tail finally showed some changes. A faint, greenish-black color began to appear on the snow-white fur. After a full 100 years, he had only managed to refine the hair to the point where there was a slight change. Half of Su Yu's body had already been buried by the scattered dust of the past 6 months. If it wasn't for the fact that he controlled the domain fire, it would have burned continuously and steadily. They had to wonder if he was still alive. Thus, the refinement continued in an orderly manner. Another 100 years passed. The boredom did not defeat Su Yu, nor did it make him have the idea of giving up. The color of the fur of the severed tail was already black, but it was still a long way from being refined into the emperor's blood. 300 years passed. 400 years passed. A full 1,000 years passed. The space had already been turned upside down, and countless creatures had already completed dozens of births and deaths. The place where Su Yu had been buried by the dust, becoming a small hill in the natural evolution. In the hill, the severed tail finally showed a very obvious change. All of its hair was refined until it withered and fell off, turning into black smoke and dust. All that was left was the bear fox tail. 1,000 years had passed, and only the skin had been refined. The skin had to be refined in order to see the emperor's blood. The difficulty of refining the skin would be several times that of refining the hair. Su Yu took a deep breath and once again fell into the endless, boring refinement. 1,000 years passed. The skin of the fox's tail only revealed a little bit of burn. It was unknown how many years it would take before it was completely melted. Tens of thousands of years passed silently. The small hill where Su Yu had become a mountain. In the mountain, in the divine nine-dragon cauldron in front of Su Yu, the skin of the fox tail had been completely burned black. However, there was still no trace of the emperor's blood that had been refined. 10,000 years of hard work was likely to be in vain. Su Yu's heart could not help but be shaken. Sacrificing so much in exchange for failure? Never. There was a great rebellious will in his heart. If 10,000 years did not work, then 20,000 years would not work until the emperor's blood was refined. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu continued to refine. Another 10,000 years passed. The skin of the tail was only more charred, but there was still no emperor's blood. Su Yu was determined that he would not give up until the time acceleration ended. 30,000 years passed. The skin was as black as charcoal. When the 40,000 years passed, finally, with a kacha sound, A hair-thin crack appeared on the black fox skin that was like charcoal. A trace of 9-colored blood slowly overflowed from it. The Emperor's blood. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After 40,000 years of continuous refining, he finally succeeded. He immediately put away the first drop of Emperor's blood. When he noticed that the time acceleration was slowly receding, he immediately seized the time to continue refining. 1,000 years later, the second drop of Emperor's blood was refined. 500 years later, the third drop of Emperor's blood was refined. 100 years later, the fourth drop of Emperor's blood was refined. As the refining continued, the layer of skin became more and more fragile, and it became easier to refine the Emperor's blood. Unfortunately, the effect of the time acceleration treasure finally ended. The time in the secret room was the same as the outside world. This meant that the 4-year period had arrived. The battle for the Time Master was about to begin. Su, you could only put it aside for the time being. However, after 40,000 years of refining, this layer of fox skin was becoming more and more fragile. In the future, with his own ability to accelerate time 1,000 times, he could refine a drop of Emperor's blood in about half a year. His 40,000 years of hard work was not in vain. He looked at the clone again. As early as 100 years ago, the clone had already stopped learning, because all the books were learned in 40,000 years. Return. The order was given. The clone returned to the main body. Su Yu rubbed his extremely tired head and slowly walked out of the secret room. After 40,000 years, there was a layer of vicissitudes and steadiness in his eyes that had never been there before. Outside the secret room, the 800 underground masters, the Star Rain Empress, Qin Xianer, Su Kai, and the others were waiting outside the door. Welcome back, Mr. Su. Husband. Father. Chapter 2685. So you felt a sense of closeness. To them, it had only been 4 years. But to Su Yu it was 40,000 years. He touched Su Kai's head tenderly. A few years had passed, and Su Kai was now an 18-year-old girl. She had inherited Qin Xianer's ethereal beauty. This is for you. Su Yu took out a jade seal. It was the original handprint of the Greater One sect. Furthermore, he had given him countless time crystals. I'll keep it for self-defense. Su Kai already had a defensive treasure of the Heavenly Lawmaster level, but those were one-time consumables. The handprint of the faction could be activated in times of crisis, bursting with amazing potential. Thank you, Father. Perhaps because they hadn't seen each other for many years, Su Kai looked forward to it. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Su Yu had a strong desire to protect them. Even if it was not for himself, he would fight for them. Whoosh! The bleak sound of a horn blew slowly from the direction of the distant sacred city. The sky changed color. Countless flying birds fell, not daring to fly in the air. The beasts on the ground hurriedly returned to their nests, not daring to linger outside. Countless martial artists in the wild returned to the nearby cities with a sudden change of expression, curling up and not daring to go out. Factions of all sizes chose to close their gates and activate the great formation of the faction. Even the mortals stopped their activities and shut themselves in. The heavens and the earth were silent. An invisible pressure slowly pressed down like heavy air, making it hard for the living beings in heaven and earth to breathe. Only in the cities of the descendants of the 4 rulers of the dream-divided realm, the roars of many powerful men could be heard. It was as if they were responding to the bleak sound of the horn, responding to the approaching war. The weak body of the Star Rain Empress trembled slightly. She murmured, "It's about to begin." The war that concerned the survival of the descendants of the rulers was about to begin. So you looked up. He clearly felt that the time domain that enveloped the southern part of the dream-divided realm was rapidly thinning and fading. That meant that the Time Master was dying. Once the time domain was completely dispersed, Once the Time Master was completely dead, the world would no longer have the power to suppress the descendants of the Time Master. A fight to the death was unavoidable. Dongming City. Emperor Mindful stared at the sky and clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone with a strong will to fight. Fight with all your might and die without regrets. Emperor Mindful yelled in high spirits. In the city, thousands of underworld lords gathered around him and shouted in unison. The Mindful Emperor will definitely become the ruler. Killing intent and baleful chi condensed into a primordial battle intent that swept into the sky. At that time, Shiming City, the waning moon empress, stood in the sky. Her peerless figure and majestic aura pressed down on the vast expanse. I am the true ruler. The countless gathered followers let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was like a long arrow waiting to be shot. North Ming City. The city was in ruins. Not even a shadow could be seen. Emperor Xiaohao was nowhere to be found, and the experts around him were nowhere to be seen. Before the battle had even begun, Baiming City had already suffered great losses because of Suyu. In a dark room, Xiaohao and dozens of Dao masters stayed in a small, narrow room. The atmosphere was heavy. The only people Xiaohao could trust were those around him. They were the only ones he could rely on. Everyone, please calm down. But Xiaohao was very calm. Fighting for the world is not something that can be done in a short period of time. I already have a plan. Now, we only need to conserve our energy and wait for the right time to kill our way out. The dozens of Dao masters forced themselves to stay alert, but they could not force a smile on their faces. Xiaohao was already in such dire straits. What else could Xiaohao rely on? Unexpectedly, Xiaohao smiled confidently. Do you really think that I, Xiaohao, am so weak? From the beginning, my focus was not on the dream-divided realm, but the other two realms. The power of the dream-divided realm is but the tip of the iceberg. He revealed a great secret, causing everyone to become alert. Lord Xiaohao, could it be that you, Xiaohao smiled mysteriously, playing hard to get, pretending to be weak? By the time those three fools from the dream-divided realm react, it will already be too late. His laughter penetrated the secret chamber and reached the 9 heavens. Half a month later, the time domain became thinner and thinner. The hourglasses of time above the heads of all living beings were weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. So you said seriously, get ready. Everyone nodded and waited patiently. Finally, 3 days, 4 hours, and a joss stick's time had passed. The hourglasses of time had completely shattered. The master is dead, a new master shall be appointed. Empress Star Rain rose to her high position, waving her arms and shouting. The 800 or so Dao masters under her command roared in response. Clang! Empress Star Rain pulled out the long sword in her hand and pointed from afar. The sword points to Dongming City. Everyone was stunned. Didn't Dongming City sign an alliance with Nanming City? Why did they turn against each other from the very beginning? But where the sword pointed, their footsteps would follow. Kill! The wheels of war finally began to move. Nanming City mobilized all its forces and headed straight for Dongming City. At the same time, all kinds of intelligence personnel were at their most active peak. In every city, there were intelligence personnel from other cities secretly passing on information. In a short period of time, no less than 10,000 messages were transmitted from Nanming City, reaching every corner of the dream-divided realm. For a moment, the entire dream-divided realm was shocked. The two forces were originally allies. Why did they break the agreement and start killing each other at the first moment? The waning Moon Empress was greatly surprised when she received the news. It was within her expectations. Nanming City and Dongming City should have joined forces to deal with West Ming City or North Ming City together. She never thought that Nanming City would break the agreement and take the initiative to attack Dongming City. What was even more surprising was that Nanming City was the weakest city. Not only did they not choose to form an alliance, they put themselves in the whirlpool of war. It was truly irrational. How many Dao masters did Nanming City lead? Waning Moon Empress asked. It wasn't that she intentionally looked down on Nanming City. Rather, Nanming City was indeed too weak. They probably couldn't even find a few decent Dao masters. A total of more than 800 Dao masters. What? Waning Moon's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. How many? 800? Yes, many intelligence personnel gave the same information. Waning Moon Empress took a deep breath. In the end, I still underestimated that little girl. So she was the one who hid the most. All along I thought that it was Emperor Mindful who secretly bribed the Dao Masters. I didn't expect it to be her. After pondering for a long time, Waning Moon Empress said in relief, no wonder she attacked Dongming City at the beginning. That little girl hid so deeply. She just wanted to catch Dongming City off guard, right? First, she used the alliance to stabilize the other side, then secretly accumulated power to give Dongming City an unexpected fatal blow. Chapter 2686. Empress, why don't we take this opportunity to attack Empress Star Reign's Nanming City? An advisor suggested after careful consideration. This was Nanming City's weakest moment. If they could take it down in one fell swoop, Empress Star Reign would have no way out. The Waning Moon Empress shook her head slightly. What's the point of taking over Nanming City? This was not a mortal war to besiege a city. It was a battle of bloodlines to take people's lives. Only by killing Empress Star Reign could they get a chance to advance. Therefore, their target should be Empress Star Reign. Let's wait and see if the two sides really fight. The Waning Moon Empress narrowed her eyes. She was very cautious and would not act rashly. After all, what if Empress Star Reign and Emperor Mingxin were deliberately putting on a show for her? Yes. At that time, the army of Nanming City was marching eastward. The people of Dongming City were panicking. Even the mindful emperor himself was shocked. This was because Nanming City's side had indeed not discussed this matter with him beforehand. They had suddenly attacked. Emperor, Nanming City has broken the alliance. What are we waiting for? Send out our troops to fight. This was a war of life and death. There was not the slightest room for retreat. Emperor Mindheart's eyes revealed a deep struggle. No. If Su Yu had been stalling from the beginning, why would he have given him such a precious treasure? Emperor Mingxin was a man who was very good at thinking. After thinking for a long time, he calmed down. An imperceptible smile blossomed on his lips. I see. Su, you wanted to argue with him to deceive the outsiders. Then he would give them a surprise attack. Send out our troops to fight. Emperor Mingxin made up his mind. Suddenly, Dongming City's hidden power was revealed. More than 1,000 tunnel masters emerged from their hiding places and charged towards the attacking Nanming City army. Both sides fought with all their might, not holding anything back. The battle was fierce, blood flying everywhere. Countless lives were taken on the battlefield. It was tragic and desolate. In a single day, there were hundreds of underworld lords who had died in extremely tragic battles. Most of them came from Nanming City. Only a few belonged to Dongming City. At the same time, countless pieces of information flew towards Nanming City like pieces of paper. The Waning Moon Queen nervously analyzed the information. Over 300 tunnel masters died in a single day. The Waning Moon Empress gasped. This number was truly terrifying. They're really fighting. The Waning Moon Empress immediately came to a conclusion. However, why are the majority of the casualties on Bright South City's side? Nanming City couldn't possibly send their 300 Dao Masters to their deaths just to put on a show, right? After pondering for a long time, she finally made up her mind. Come, all soldiers of West Bright City, follow me. The waning moon empress summoned the entire army of West Bright City. About 900 Tao masters followed the waning moon empress as they charged towards Eastern Brightness City. At the same time, a vanguard team rushed to Dongming City. While the two sides were resting, a letter personally written by the waning moon empress landed in front of the Mind-Heart Emperor. After reading the letter, a trace of a smile appeared on Emperor Mindful's face. It was just as Suyu had expected. The waning moon queen would definitely take the bait. With a wave of his brush, he wrote a detailed letter about the alliance and ordered the messenger to bring it back. After receiving the letter, the waning moon empress calmed down. According to the agreement, the great battle the next day, the waning moon empress's army would attack Nanming City from behind. Together with Dongming City, they would completely annihilate Nanming City. The next day, after resting for a day, Dongming City and Nanming City resumed their battle. The Star Rain Empress stared at the Mind-Heart Emperor and said, "Today is the day of our decisive battle." The Mind-Heart Emperor let out a long laugh. "Bring it on." The two sides clashed once again. At that moment, blood sprayed into the sky. There were many casualties. The two sides' abilities were about the same. Thus, they quickly fell into a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. But at that moment, behind Nanming City, countless strong fighters suddenly appeared. The waning moon empress, surrounded by strong fighters, sent out a signal to charge towards Nanming City. Anyone who kills one person will be rewarded with 10 billion time crystals. With such a huge reward, her subordinates became even more courageous. They were like tigers in a flock of sheep, charging into Nanming City and starting a massacre. In an instant, Nanming City was caught in a situation where it was attacked from both sides. The originally orderly battle line immediately became chaotic. The Star Rain Empress was flustered as she commanded the two sides, but she was overstretched. Her own people were being routed layer by layer. They couldn't stop the powerful alliance of the two sides. Seeing this, the waning moon empress' eyes turned sharp. She shouted, "Kill!" Her troops were like a sharp spear, stabbing towards the Star Rain Empress, who was surrounded by the Nanming City army. If she could kill the Star Rain Empress first, she could obtain the Star Rain Empress time domain bloodline to strengthen herself. On the other hand, the Mind-Heart Emperor was still focused on the overall situation of the battlefield. He didn't seem to know the importance of killing. Close. 10,000 feet. 3,000 feet. 100 feet. Right in front of her. The waning moon empress licked her lips. She would be the first to win this battle. "Sister, goodbye." A cruel glint flashed in the waning moon empress' eyes. Under the protection of dozens of guards, she charged forward. However, the waning moon empress didn't understand. The Star Rain Empress regained her composure and stood motionlessly in place. The guards around her seemed to have lost consciousness and didn't know how to protect her. "Wait, something's wrong." The waning moon empress had an extremely bad premonition. "Retreat. Quickly." She was extremely cautious and reacted very quickly. However, she was still one step too late. The Star Rain Empress in front of her, her guards, and the countless Nanming City tunnel masters who were fighting were all shattered like illusions. The remaining Nanming City and Dongming City tunnel masters were at a loss and didn't know what to do. The Southern Ming City's experts, who were locked in a stalemate with him just a moment ago, suddenly disappeared. "Kill!" A battle cry came from behind the waning moon empress. The Star Rain Empress was riding a magic treasure chariot. Under the protection of 100 Earth Tao Masters, she led 800 Earth Tao Masters to attack. On top of Dongming City, the Mind-Heart Emperor laughed. "You've entered the trap. Our mission is complete. Soldiers of Dongming City, listen up. Immediately eliminate the powerful enemies of Nanming City." Thus, the many experts of Nanming City fell into the pincer attack of Dongming City and Nanming City. The waning moon empress felt as if she had been struck by thousands of lightning bolts. She finally understood what was going on. The alliance between the two sides was still there and hadn't been broken. Everything was an act for her to see. As for the casualties of Nanming City, they were all illusions created by a thought. She had mistakenly believed that it was real. As a result, she fell into the trap of the two sides and became a turtle in a jar. Thinking of this, the waning moon empress' heart erupted like a volcano. You set me up. The waning moon empress took out a ruler magic treasure that was in existence on the level of a heaven Tao master. With just one move, he could turn Dongming City and countless experts into ruins. Chapter 2687. Empress Star Rain wasn't afraid. She calmly took out a jade pendant from her sleeve. It was a defensive treasure of the heavenly law, Lord level. It could completely block the Empress attack. Empress Star Rain smiled and said, It's fine. Just use it. Above the city walls, Emperor Mindheart took out a defensive artifact. It was also a treasure of the sovereign level. Emperor Mindheart chuckled. Sister, just use it. It's all your people who will die. Both sides had defensive magic treasures that could completely protect their own people. But Empress Waning Moon, once it was activated, apart from herself, everyone around her would die. Her pupils shrank. Why? Why does South Bright City have it too? She understood that East Bright City had it. She already knew that it was given by Xiaohao. But why did South Bright City have it too? Weren't all the treasures of the sovereign level controlled by Xiaohao? Could it be that the one in South Bright City was also given by Xiaohao? Empress Star Rain chuckled. Sister, why are you asking so many questions? You just have to choose whether to surrender or not. Empress Waning Moon couldn't escape today. Surrender? In your dreams. Empress Waning Moon's eyes were cold. She decisively activated the treasure. With a devastating sound of destruction, the autonomous ruler's magic treasure suddenly exploded. A pillar of dusk-colored light shot up into the sky. It dyed the entire sky like dusk. Under such a screen of light, everything was melting, and even time itself was decaying. The city walls collapsed, the plants withered, the earth became barren, and the sky aged. All of the living beings felt like time was passing by at an alarming rate. Empress Star Rain and Emperor Mindheart's faces were gloomy. They immediately activated their defensive treasures. The two light barriers each enveloped an area. Their people lived in peace. However, the powerhouses brought by the waning Moon Empress had their time sucked away, causing them to age at a visible rate. Then they died of natural causes. Their corpses also decayed at an alarming speed. Finally, they turned to ashes. Only Empress Waning Moon had a defensive treasure given by the Time Ruler. She didn't fear the passage of time. While the power of the offensive treasures was still there, neither side dared to leave the light barrier. Empress Waning Moon immediately fled to West Bright City. 10 days later, only then did the power of the Sovereign's attack finally recede. Apart from the two defensive areas, the surrounding area had already become a barren desert. All kinds of spirit veins, profound energy, spirit herbs, cities, everything was gone. What replaced it was an endless desert. It was hard to imagine that this place was Dongming City 10 days ago. Emperor Mindful sucked in a breath of cold air. So this is the attack of a ruler artifact. With a single thought, the world changed. Quickly chase after them. So you said, the waning Moon Empress was too crazy. If she was willing to fight, she could at least hold on for another 10 days or half a month. Even so, she continued to use her ruler treasure in a frenzy. Even if she had to sacrifice everyone, she would not hesitate as long as she was alive. He thought about the sacred mortal body that the waning Moon Empress had secretly mastered and the remnant blood of the Son of Heaven in Madame Poison Life's body. Su Yu's heart sank slightly. With her crazy temperament, she shouldn't do anything too crazy. Both sides joined forces and charged toward Shiming City. Just as he arrived at the border of West Bright City, He was ambushed by the remaining experts of West Bright City. But under the suppression of the two great armies, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They looked down on everything along the way. Half a month later, the two great armies of Nanming City and Dongming City arrived at Ximing City. At this time, Ximing City had already activated its defensive light barrier. But what use was it under the attack of so many Pathmasters? It would be destroyed in an instant. But the moment the defensive light barrier shattered, a trembling aura slowly spread out from the Empress' great hall. It was a human youth with his eyes closed. An ancient oil lamp floated above his head. The oil lamp emitted a weak light. Suddenly, the human youth's eyes opened, revealing traces of murderous intent. Sacred mortal body. Empress Star Rain and Emperor Mindful both recognized it and could not help but be shocked. Even they had heard of the terror of the sacred mortal body. It was an existence comparable to the stone-born son of heaven. He, a female's cold laugh, came from the body of the sacred mortal body. I have waited a long time for this day. The sacred mortal body was one of her most well-hidden trump cards. She had always been looking forward to it. Compared to it, the power of those experts was far too weak. In these years, she had not only studied how to ignite the oil lamp of the sacred mortal body, but also how to control the corpse of the sacred mortal body. I will let you experience the power of the sacred mortal body. As the waning Moon Empress spoke, the oil lamp immediately exploded with a 9-colored light. The sacred mortal body turned into a 9-colored existence. God, Eye of Destruction! The corpse opened its eyes. Even its eyes were 9-colored. Wherever his gaze passed, the Earth Lords that came into contact with it were immediately scared out of their wits. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Pathmasters had been killed. Emperor Mindful jumped in fright and hurriedly took out a low-level offensive ruler treasure. Destroy! It was a ring-shaped magical treasure. After activating it, a pillar of light no weaker than Dusk's attack descended from the sky. The beam of light descended from above with a loud rumble. It looked like it could pierce through the entire 8-star civilization. The space around the pillar of light shattered, revealing the defensive array of the 8-star civilization. Boom! The pillar of light came crashing down. The already fragmented space was completely destroyed, revealing a large area of the array. Under the bombardment of the pillar of light, the array shook continuously and cracks appeared. Such an attack was unprecedented. It was the most powerful attack Su had seen since coming to the 8-star civilization. Who could resist such an attack? However, when the pillar of light dissipated, revealing a completely shattered world, a dazzling 9-colored light was reflected in everyone's eyes. He's not dead yet. Emperor Mindful said in shock. The sacred mortal body did not have the slightest injury on the surface. Only the 9-colored light on his body was slightly dimmer. You have lost from the beginning. The waning Moon Empress sneered. I had planned to leave you to deal with Xiaohao. Now, I will let you taste the despair of the sacred mortal body. She weaved her hands together. The entire world immediately erupted with 9-colored flames, roasting the surrounding world. In an instant, a large number of Pathmasters found that their bodies were constantly dissipating, turning into 9-colored light that merged into the flames. Left with no choice, the Star Rain Empress reluctantly took out a defensive ruler treasure to protect the people of both sides. However, what they did not expect was that low-level defensive ruler treasures did not work. Chapter 2688. Why is the holy mortal body so difficult to deal with? The Star Rain Empress angrily took out another ruler treasure. It was a mid-grade hegemon treasure. As soon as she threw it out, it began to rain heavily. The heavy rain was particularly special. Every drop of rain contained the time reversal domain. The boiling 9-colored flames were all extinguished by the rain. The injured people also recovered. The Waning Moon Empress was a little surprised. Where did you get so many ruler treasures? Xiaohou might have given 1 or 2 low-level ruler treasures, but the mid-level ones could not be given to outsiders. It's none of your business. The Star Rain Empress was furious. She took out a mid-level attack ruler treasure. It was a long spear that carried the time domain. Once it was activated, it erupted with even more terrifying power, piercing through time. The Waning Moon Empress had no time to react before it shot into his chest. From afar, it looked like a long spear had pierced through the holy mortal body. However, he did not die. You guys surprised me, the Waning Moon Empress said in surprise. If she had not mastered the holy mortal body, the other party's endless ruler treasures would have been killed dozens of times. She would have killed him dozens of times. Get lost! The Waning Moon Empress shouted and slammed her palm on the ground. The long spear was forced out of her body. The terrifying power contained in the long spear did not diminish, and it completely pierced through the 8-star civilization's defensive formation. At the same time, the Waning Moon Empress launched a third attack. 9 suns burned the sky. She made a seal with her palms, and a large amount of 9-colored light gushed out from her body. They rushed into the sky and turned into 9 huge, 9-colored suns. Under the sunlight, everyone felt a burning heat. It was as if endless flames were rising from the inside out of their bodies. The Star Rain Empress gritted her teeth and took out a mid-level ruler treasure to defend herself. However, as soon as the defense appeared, it was burned by the 9-colored light. Even her own time bloodline was showing signs of boiling. This technique was really terrifying. They could not let the Waning Moon Empress continue, or they would all die. It's up to you. The Star Rain Empress took out a book very solemnly. It was the high-level attack ruler treasure given to her by Suyu. If even this thing could not kill the holy mortal body, then they would be in danger. She opened the book. Lines of heavenly writing, words shot out from the book. Those words imprinted themselves on the sacred mortal body, suppressing the 9-colored light emitting from his body. The Waning Moon Empress suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a trace of shock. Even high-level ones. She couldn't fathom where Empress Star Rain had gotten so many treasures from the sovereigns. Open! She tried to push the words away, but to no avail. The words of the heavenly book seemed to be branded in his body, and he could not shake them off. Because the 9-colored light on its body was weak, the 9 suns in the sky were also dim. The 2 sides regained their mobility and used killer moves to attack. No matter how strong the sacred mortal body was, it was still a person. How could he withstand the attacks that filled the sky? In addition, its 9-colored light was suppressed, so it was unable to effectively defend against it. The Waning Moon Empress clenched her teeth and flew away, leaving behind a long, 9-colored shadow. After him, Empress Star Rain gritted her teeth. Emperor Mindful's heart sank as well. They never expected the Waning Moon Empress to be so difficult to deal with. They had thought that they had a large number of people and had more than a dozen sovereign treasures. Unexpectedly, she had hidden the sacred mortal body. Moreover, she had successfully fused herself with the sacred mortal body and reached a state of invincibility. They had wasted more than half of their sovereign treasures and still failed to capture the Waning Moon Empress. The army went far away. Suyu chose to stay. With a thought, he arrived at the Empress's great hall, which had been broken with great difficulty, and entered her bedroom with ease. After searching for a while, he found the entrance to the underground world. When he arrived, he was not surprised to see Madame Poison Life. She was dying, and all the blood in her body had been drained. As expected, Suyu sighed softly and tried to repair her body with the domain of life. However, because of the long-term presence of the Emperor's blood in her blood, her constitution was different from ordinary people. The domain of life could repair other things, but it could not repair the missing blood. "Who are you?" Madame Poisonlife said weakly. Suyu took off his bamboo hat and sighed softly. I should have advised you to leave that day. Unfortunately, there was no chance. With the ruthlessness of the waning moon empress, Madame Poisonlife was destined to become a sacrifice at the last moment. It's you? Madame Poisonlife struggled weakly, and her eyes brightened. She struggled to get up and said in surprise, Lang Jun, you're not dead. I miss you even in my dreams. Suyu said lightly, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come. Madame Poisonlife quickly grabbed his hand, and her face began to weaken again. She said, I know that the waning moon empress is up to no good and will attack me sooner or later, but I can't help but be curious. I want to study the sacred, mortal body. She looked at the holes in her body and the residual blood. Maybe this is fate. I am destined to be associated with the sacred mortal body. Suyu's heart stirred. It was true. She met Suyu in the outer space. He met the corpse of the sacred mortal body in the 8-star civilization. In the end, he died because of the sacred mortal body. As she spoke, she took out a handwritten book and handed it to Suyu with trembling hands. Help me pass it down. What is this? Suyu did not open it. Madame Poisonlife seemed to be speaking with her last breath. She said with difficulty, My study of the sacred mortal body. There are many things that the waning moon empress did not tell you. I hope you can help me pass it down to a sacred mortal body. At this point, Madame Poisonlife could no longer speak. She could only stare at Suyu with expectant eyes, waiting for his response. Suyu nodded and said, You have handed it over to the sacred mortal body. Don't worry. With a move of his heart, a worn-out oil lamp appeared above his head. Madame Poisonlife's eyes widened, and she slowly closed them. A lingering smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she said weakly, I see. Finally, she closed her eyes completely and stopped breathing. Suyu's calm mood was a little disturbed. In the past, he hated this person and even regarded her as an enemy. But in the end, she became the key to reigniting the oil lamp. Before he died, he even passed an important item to him. Rest in peace. Suyu used the 8 great realms to make her disappear from the world, erasing her existence. Looking at the handwritten book in his hand, he put it away solemnly. He had to study it carefully. He knew nothing about the sacred mortal body. This handwritten book was exactly what he needed. But now was not the time. Chapter 2689. With a thought, he activated his space domain and crossed half of the western region. While the Star Rain Empress and the others were still in pursuit, Suyu had already caught up with the waning moon empress. On her body, the heavenly book characters that were suppressing her were rapidly dimming. The 9-colored light on his body shone brightly again. If she was given any more time, she would probably have to waste another high-grade Time Ruler artifact. The divine 9-dragon cauldron. Suyu shouted in his heart. He took out the divine 9-dragon cauldron. He used his domain to activate the divine cauldron, and the 8 flying dragons on it left the divine cauldron. He pushed the divine 9-dragon cauldron to spin rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was like a red-hot soldering iron. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound as the divine 9-dragon cauldron crushed space and smashed into the waning moon queen. Bang! The waning moon queen staggered forward and was about to break through the 9-colored light. He was ruthlessly smashed back by this attack. The waning moon empress got up and turned around. Her eyes immediately became fierce, and she shouted, It's you! Wasn't the person before him the human who had impersonated Zway and lied to him? Empress Star Rain remembered it, even in her dreams. Your Empress Star Rain's subordinate? The waning moon queen gritted her teeth. Suyu retrieved the divine 9-dragon cauldron, secretly surprised. The waning moon empress didn't even have a scratch on her skin. To be precise, it was the sacred mortal body that she had occupied. This sacred body was too hard. It could be said to be impervious to swords and spears. To kill him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Su Yu had never intended to kill him. Suppress. He waved his hand and tossed the divine nine-dragon cauldron into the air. The divine cauldron rumbled and descended from the sky, suppressing the waning moon empress. Bang! However, the sacred body of a mortal fetus was too powerful. Without waiting for Su Yu to start refining it, the waning moon empress sent the divine nine-dragon cauldron flying with a punch. Humph! I can't subdue you. Su Yu took out a middle-level time dominator treasure. This was a magic treasure used to trap enemies. Once it was activated, countless threads shot out from the magic treasure and wrapped around the waning moon empress. The characters of the heavenly book suppressed her, causing her power to be greatly reduced. There were silk threads wrapped around his body, completely binding his body. The waning moon queen's eyes were filled with hatred. I'll kill you, Su Yu said calmly. It's a pity that you won't get what you want. The divine nine-dragon cauldron activated once more and sucked the waning moon empress into it. This time, the waning moon queen could no longer resist and could only be locked inside the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Su Yu immediately sat down cross-legged on the ground and displayed the 8 great domains, refining it with the help of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. He could even refine the corpse of the stone-birth son of heaven, let alone the waning moon empress who was hiding in the sacred mortal body. The refinement began. Beams of 9-colored light shot out of his sacred mortal body to resist the refinement of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. The waning moon empress screamed, "You can't do anything to me. The sacred mortal body is an invincible existence. You can't hurt me." Su Yu remained unmoved. It was true that he could not harm this sacred mortal body. However, it was still possible to injure the waning moon empress. He activated the 8 domains with all his might. Half a day later, the waning moon empress finally felt a trace of heat. The lotus power of the divine nine-dragon cauldron forcibly penetrated the sacred mortal body and shot into her body. "Human, let me go, and I will give you everything you want. How about that?" The waning moon empress had an idea. "What's so good about that little girl? What she can give you, I can give you twice as much." Unfortunately, she did not know that everything the Star Rain Empress had was actually given by Su Yu. He did not lack anything. He only lacked her life. "Don't waste your time. Hand over the son of heaven's blood, and it will make things easier for you," Su Yu said calmly. How could the waning moon empress be willing to sit still and wait for death? She struggled frantically, but the suppression of the 2 dominator treasures made her helpless. Slowly, she felt the scorching heat, and then she let out a violent scream. Her body was constantly being refined by the divine nine-dragon cauldron. Admit defeat. This is the end. "It's better to die a quick death than to die so tragically," Su Yu said. The waning moon empress clenched her teeth. "It's not over yet." With a flash of light, she bit the jade pendant on her neck. It was a time treasure given by the Time Master. Time travel. The jade pendant was activated, and an extremely astonishing power of time erupted from it. The power of time was exceptionally tyrannical, forcibly piercing through the divine nine-dragon cauldron and the 8 great realms. It swept away the sealed waning moon empress. Su Yu frowned slightly, but it was not too surprising. The treasure given by the Time Master had never been used before. However, it would not be easy for the waning moon empress to escape. 9 dragons, soul-chasing. He clapped his palm, and the 8 dragons on the cauldron immediately flew out. 2 hours later, the waning moon empress, who had clearly been swept away, was carried back by the 8 dragons like a caterpillar. "Ah, I don't want it." The 8 dragons threw her back into the divine nine-dragon cauldron and continued to refine her. This was also one of the magical uses of the divine nine-dragon cauldron. They chased after the escaped refinement. In despair, the waning moon empress was once again refined. Soon after, a burst of black smoke rose. 2 crystal balls fell from the body of the holy mortal fetus. One contained pure energy, which should be the energy of the waning moon empress after she was refined. The other was filled with extremely strong time domain power. Suyu picked it up and touched it with his fingers. As a result, an unexpected scene occurred. The crystallization of the time domain, like liquid, entered his body with a whoosh. Moreover, it merged with his own time domain, causing his domain to skyrocket, faintly showing signs of reaching a higher level. Suyu did not expect this. This was left for the Star Rain Empress. How could he absorb it? He tried to force this part of the domain out, but it had already been deeply integrated into his own domain and could not be separated. He was full of shame. How could he explain this to the Star Rain Empress? At that moment, the army, led by the Star Rain Empress, finally arrived. Suyu immediately cleaned up the traces on the ground. "Brother, where is the waning moon Empress?" She ran up to Suyu and asked excitedly, looking at her expectant eyes. How could Suyu have the nerve to say that he had absorbed it? She ran away," Suyu said guiltily. Empress Star Rain felt defeated. You can even escape like this? How great a price had they paid? So many Dominator treasures, so many dead and injured road masters. But in the end, all their efforts were in vain. Ahem, don't be discouraged. There are still other descendants of the Dominators. Let's continue in one go. With our remaining Dominator treasures, it should not be a problem to kill 1 or 2 more. Only then did the Star Rain Empress manage to pull herself together. "I will listen to you, brother." After a pause, she said, "Then, brother, who do you think should we attack now? Is it good?" The Star Rain Empress was looking forward to it. In the southern part of the Dream-Broken Realm, the most powerful one was Xiaohao. Although his influence had been greatly reduced, he was still the most powerful existence. "No, let's attack the other 2 realms." Suyu gave an unexpected response. Chapter 2690. Queen Star Rain blinked her eyes. "Why?" Suyu raised his eyes and looked toward the north. His gaze was grave as he asked, "Don't you find it strange that there isn't any news about Xiaohao?" The 3 sides fought for more than half a month. How could Xiaohao remain calm? If Suyu was Xiaohao, he would have surely killed all 3 of them in one fell swoop when the battle was at its climax. But he didn't. It could be seen that this person's focus was not on the Broken Dream Realm, but on the other 2 realms. From the very beginning, Xiaohao had never planned to waste his energy in the south of the Broken Dream Realm. Instead, he intended to sweep through the other 2 worlds in a swift and fierce manner before returning to kill the Star Rain Empress and the others. That was why he gave the Waning Moon Empress a ruler treasure. He wanted the chaos in the dream-shattered world to last longer, giving him more time. Understanding this, Empress Star Rain immediately became worried. Xiaohao controlled half of the sovereign's treasures. The hegemonic descendants of the other 2 worlds were no match for him. They were all killed like livestock. Once he obtained enough time bloodlines, who would be a match for him then? No one in the world could match him. There's no time to lose. Let's split up. You'll head for the Netherworld realm, while I will head for the Heavenly Awakening realm, Suyu said. Queen Star Rain frowned. Is Big Brother alone? She couldn't help but worry. The struggle to become a hegemon was a battle of life and death. Any hegemon descendant would do everything in their power to struggle. They would even do a lot of crazy things. Just like the Waning Moon Empress, even the hundreds of trusted tunnel masters he had nurtured over the years were all sacrificed just like that. Without even batting an eyelid, Suyu would inevitably be in danger if he was alone. I've made arrangements. You can go now. The Star Rain Empress pursed her red lips and looked deeply at Suyu. Brother, you must come back safely. Although the position of the master is important, you are also important. Her exquisite face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and led the army away. Suyu was slightly surprised. He had a feeling that the Empress Star Rain's words weren't just a message from a younger sister to an older brother. There was a deeper meaning behind it. He watched as the army left. Su Yu stood on the spot and crushed a jade pendant. A powerful wave of information spread out. Dream-shattered realm. In an uninhabited forest deep in the mountains. On a boulder, Yanran was frowning and deep in thought. I don't know how Senior is doing. Ever since they parted at the northern Ming city, she had been feeling uneasy. Xiao Hao invited the clone of Emperor Xiaoyao and the replica ruler. Its might was invincible. Although she had already escaped far away, she could still feel the terrifying power of the ruler. Could Senior really withstand such a powerful and invincible attack? 5 or 6 years had passed. She still hadn't received any message from her senior, so she had been waiting in this deep forest for many years. As she pondered, she suddenly raised her eyebrows and took out her communication jade pendant. Su Yu's voice could be heard clearly. Gather here. The jade pendant contained a location message. Yanran was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. Senior is safe and sound. A spatial ripple appeared in front of her, and she stepped into it. At that time, south of the broken dream realm, somewhere, an incomparably huge array was reflected in the sky. The formation contained the power of time and space. Dark clouds surged out of the formation. In the dark clouds, there were all hidden devils. The sect master, the young sect master, Xiaoxiaoye, the 9 demon elders, and countless demon experts. They all came out in full force. The time master is finally here. The sect master heaved a long sigh. He had waited for this day for too long. As long as the time master was around, they could not show their faces. They could only hide in the dark world forever. Now, they could finally see the light of day again. Demon clansmen, follow me to pay your respects to the holy demon. The demon clan's sect master laughed and led the dark clouds away. At the border of Shiming City, Su Yu sat cross-legged, silently waiting for Yanran. All of a sudden, he moved his brows slightly and released the charming queen of the 9 Nether. Compared to before, the charming queen of the 9 Nether had undergone a huge change. The pitch-black scales on her body revealed a faint golden hue. Cultivation has broken through. So you could no longer see through her. In the past, he could still vaguely feel her peerless pressure. But now all he could feel was calm. It was like facing an unfathomable abyss. Thank you, Master. My cultivation has broken through to the middle stage of the Path Master level. The charming queen of the 9 Nether space was filled with excitement and joy. She was originally at the peak of the early stage of the Path Master level. After 5 or 6 years of being baptized by the absolute beginning energy, her cultivation had finally broken through the shackles and reached the middle stage. There were only a few middle stage Path Masters in the entire Lingnan region. Someone like Fei Yunsheng, who was at the peak of the early stage, could look down on the entire Lingnan region. Su Yu nodded. By the way, with your current cultivation, can you easily enter and exit the Netherworld realm? Of course, the charming queen of the 9 Nether said cheerfully. Master, please open the black feather gate. I will sneak in from the abyss. It was obvious that she was still a little afraid of the Phoenix King. After all, the other party had the advantage of numbers, and they could restrain her. If she was discovered, she would be a great threat even with her cultivation as a middle-stage Path Master. Be careful. It immediately opened the black feather gate and let the charming queen of the 9 Nether in. The latter took a deep breath and returned to the Netherworld realm. Passing through the incomparably dark abyss, the charming queen of the 9 Nether cautiously came to the surface. Not far from the shore of the abyss, she saw the Netherworld puppet. It was different from the Netherworld puppet that had been torn to pieces that day. It had actually recovered. Moreover, the dark golden color of its body had changed, and it had turned into a bright golden puppet. This is the intermediate stage of the Netherworld puppet. the charming queen of the nine, Nether said in surprise. The Netherworld puppet was divided into 4 stages: lower stage, intermediate stage, advanced stage, and final evolution. She had expected that the puppet would recover, but she hadn't expected that it would break through and reach the intermediate stage. The so-called intermediate stage meant that the cultivation of the Netherworld puppet had reached the middle stage of the Pathmaster. Could it be that the evolution of the Netherworld puppet sped up because of the Netherworld realm, the charming queen of the nine? Nether said thoughtfully. Forget it. Let's take it away first. She stepped forward and grabbed the Netherworld puppet, but just as she was about to leave, a sharp cry came from beyond the clouds. I knew you would come back. The Phoenix King's angry voice arrived, and it quickly spiraled down. Behind it were thousands of little phoenixes. Damn it! The charming queen of the nine Nether immediately jumped into the abyss with the puppet. But the Phoenix King pursued her, leading the many phoenixes into the abyss and launching continuous attacks. Although the charming queen of the nine Nether had a higher cultivation level, she could only dodge left and right at this time. Even though she managed to reach the Black Feather Gate with great difficulty, the Phoenix King still ruthlessly pecked her. Chapter 26:91. Gritting her teeth, the demonic queen fled into the Black Feather Gate and returned to the outside world. Just as she fell out, Suyu was alerted and immediately closed the Black Feather Gate. Boom! The Black Feather Gate trembled violently, and the giant gate was almost smashed open. Suyu's expression was grave. It had only been a few years, but the Phoenix King seemed to have become much stronger. Sit tight. Suyu immediately healed the demonic queen's injuries and healed the many cracks on her body. As the demonic queen was being healed, she put down the nine Nether puppet and said, Fortunately, I didn't fail you. I finally succeeded. Suyu glanced at the puppet and focused on healing the demonic queen. Compared to the puppet, the demonic queen was naturally more important. 2 days later, the demonic queen's injuries were completely healed. Only then did he have the heart to look at the nine Nether puppet. Middle stage Pathmaster? Suyu couldn't help but be surprised. When he had abandoned it, it had only been at the Xian Pathmaster level. Now, 10 years had passed, and it had cultivated to such a terrifying level on its own. This is the power of the nine Nether puppet. It can cultivate on its own. If you often put it in the nine Nether world to cultivate, the effects will be even better. But thinking of the group of crazy Phoenix Kings in the nine Nether world, the demonic queen clicked her tongue. If she put it in again, the Phoenix Kings would not ignore the nine Nether puppet. Suyu stroked the puppet, his heart filled with joy. He had gained another powerful fighter. Suddenly, Suyu sensed something and immediately waved his hand, putting the demonic queen and the nine Nether puppet into the space storage device. Whoosh! A ripple of space flashed and Yenran appeared, looking at Suyu in front of her, her pretty face filled with surprise. Greetings, Senior. Suyu chuckled. I made you wait for so many years. As he spoke, he shot a crystal ball at her. What is this? Yenran grabbed it, subconsciously, feeling that it was filled with pure energy. Suyu said, try it. Yenran tried to swallow it. As a result, her cultivation, which had been stagnant for so many years, began to skyrocket. In just a few hours, she had successfully broken through to the Nirvana Void Peak and was only one step away from becoming a Pathmaster. What powerful energy! Yenran was delighted. Thank you, Senior. He gave her such a big gift as soon as he arrived. Now that the fight for the Time Master has begun, I've decided to help Empress Star reign, Suyu said straightforwardly. Huh. Yenran was surprised. Senior is willing to join the fight for the Time Ruler? But this is not the strangest. The strange thing was that he actually chose Queen Starrain, the most useless one. Yes, I want to see whether the rumors are true, and whether the rulers will be born again, Suyu said, pretending to be profound. However, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Yenran nodded in agreement. I've been thinking about this for years. Is it really possible to give birth to a sovereign? Oh, even the descendants of the hegemons were deeply suspicious. It seemed that there was more to this so-called struggle for dominance than met the eye. But why did you choose Empress Star Rain? She's the most useless one. Even choosing Emperor Mindful would be better than choosing her, Yanran muttered. Suyu smiled faintly. Isn't it more challenging to choose the weakest one? Yanran tilted her head and thought about it. What kind of logic was this? However, Suyu was their senior. All right, I'll go with you, Yanran said. Since there was nothing to do, she might as well witness the struggle for the Time Ruler. All right, come with me. He shook his sleeves and activated the power of time and space at the same time, sweeping the two of them into the heavenly awakening realm. Yanran's pupils shrank. The power of space was nothing, but Suyu's power of time was obviously much stronger. She was secretly in awe. It seemed that the senior was getting stronger every moment. It had only been 5 or 6 years since they last met, and his time domain seemed to have jumped to a higher level. Half a year later, on a piece of ruins, Suyu and Yanran stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. Both of them looked extremely solemn. What entered their eyes was a dilapidated world. Everything had collapsed into ruins. Large areas of the 8-star civilization's defense formations were exposed, and there was a large area of damage. Yanran was shocked. Is this the central city where the second descendant of the hegemons is? Almost every place in the heavenly awakening realm was like this. It was in a state of destruction. It wasn't just the cities that were affected. Even the remote mountains and forests were destroyed and turned into scorched earth. Large areas of defense formations were severely damaged. In the southern part of the dream-broken realm, only the city where the waning moon empress was damaged, and it was far less serious than what they saw now. Suyu stared deeply. In the end, even if someone becomes the hegemon, so what? The entire time domain is destroyed. What's the use? Yanran thought so. So, I am becoming more and more suspicious of the true purpose of the hegemon competition. Before the Time Ruler died, couldn't he just choose one person to be the hegemon's successor? Why did he have to resort to all-out war? There was an unexplainable conspiracy in it. Let's go to the last descendant of the hegemon and have a look, Suyu said. The first 2 descendants of the hegemons in the heavenly awakening realm had been taken by Xiaohao. The situation of the last one was unknown. Half a month later, heavenly awakening realm, the central city of the great Wang Tian Emperor. The surrounding area had been turned into scorched earth. The great Wang Tian Emperor's hair was disheveled, and he bellowed at the sky, "Who the hell are you?" It was a group of mysterious people in fiery red robes who besieged the great Wang Tian Emperor. There were only 7 of them, but when they joined forces, they had unimaginable destructive power. They could easily penetrate the void and shatter the defensive formation. The great Wang Tian Emperor's magnificent army was slaughtered by the 7 mysterious people in fiery red robes. After half a year of war, he, the descendant of the Time Ruler, and a few of his trusted subordinates were the only ones left in the Wang Tian Emperor. But it was only a matter of time. With the unparalleled strength of the 7 people, his death was only a matter of time. I can't accept this. The great Wang Tian Emperor bellowed at the sky. He didn't even know who his enemies were, and he had been utterly defeated. Unfortunately, his shouting was useless. The 7 mysterious people in fiery red robes weaved hand signs again and performed a powerful secret technique. A fire lion that blotted out the sun and the sky pounced on them. With a furious roar, the entire Wang Tian Emperor was completely destroyed. The few trusted subordinates around him were all incinerated by the raging fire. Only the great Wang Tian Emperor was covered in blood, but he was still alive. On his neck, a treasure given by the Time Ruler shattered with a loud bang. Even his last treasure was lost. He had no power to resist anymore. Looking at the 7 mysterious people walking over in the raging fire, he smiled bitterly. A sad smile appeared on his face. In the end, I still lost. Take it. You have to accept your defeat. He opened his chest and presented his fatal weakness to his enemies. He had already accepted his fate. Chapter 2692. The great Emperor Wangtian's expression changed drastically as he said in horror, "A treasure of the heavenly law master level?" A green tornado swept across the sky with the force to engulf the world. The 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes turned around at the same time. Even though they were powerful, they had to be careful. They joined forces and performed the grand secret technique again. The tornado and the fire lion collided in the air, erupting with a destructive wave that shocked the heavens. The powerful shock wave pushed the 7 red-robed men back again and again. The great Emperor Wangtian, who was far away, was affected and sent flying thousands of feet away. However, as he was flying backward, he was held back by a force of space. When he looked up, he found that it was a beautiful woman. Beside the woman was a young man who was so handsome that he didn't seem like a mortal. "You are." The great Emperor Wangtian was surprised. His territory had been destroyed, and the forces he belonged to had either been destroyed or fled. How could there be any loyal subordinates to save him? "Shut up and be quiet." Yanran stared ahead and did not look at the great Emperor Wangtian. The great Emperor Wangtian looked at Yanran blankly. Her cold and otherworldly attitude made it difficult for him to look at her. Su Yu fixed his eyes on the 7 mysterious men and said calmly, "Get lost!" The strength of these 7 people was too mysterious. When they joined forces, they were able to resist a low-level treasure of the Time Master. That was equivalent to an all-out attack by a master. The 7 of them naturally would not let it go. They joined forces again and performed the mysterious fire lion, ready to take back the great Emperor Wangtian. Su Yu turned his palm and took out a middle-level treasure of the Time Master. If it was activated, the 7 of them would not simply be blown away. They would be killed on the spot. Seeing this item, the 7 of them stepped back. Under the invisible red robes, they were all fearful. "Sir, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business," the leader of the 7 people warned. "You know nothing about who we are." Su Yu said coldly, "I will say the same to you. You know nothing about who you are talking to." He still had many treasures of the Time Master. It would be easy for him to destroy the 7 of them. The 7 of them hesitated for a moment and finally retreated unwillingly. However, they did not go far. Instead, they waited far away and kept an eye on them. They were safe for now. "Thank you for saving my life." Great Emperor Gazing Sky bowed to the 2 of them. However, his gaze was mainly focused on Yanran. The way he looked at her was not as simple as gratitude. Yanran ignored him and looked at Su Yu. She was wondering how she should deal with this descendant of the Time Master. Su Yu sized up the great Emperor Wangtian. His cultivation was only at the late stage of the void Nirvana realm, and his time domain was only at the early stage. Even he couldn't defeat it. "I'll keep it with me for now." Having unintentionally absorbed the Waning Moon Queen's time domain, Su Yu didn't dare to refine her time bloodline at will for the time being. If he were to absorb it again, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to that little girl. How about the other 2 descendants of the Time Master? Su Yu asked. Although their central city had been destroyed, it was better to ask just in case. Only then did the great Emperor Wangtian look at Su Yu seriously. He looked at the middle-grade Time Dominator treasure in Su Yu's hand with slight fear. His eyes were filled with deep fear. "The Supreme Sky Emperor has already died in battle," the Sky-Gazing Emperor said. Su Yu was disappointed. He was still a step too late. However, the Mingjing Empress is still alive and has escaped to the 9 Netherworld in the Heavenly Awakening Realm. She has the power of the entire world to fight against the invading enemies. Hearing that, Su Yu and Yanran's eyes lit up at the same time. They weren't too late. There was finally one more. "Where is that place?" Su Yu asked. The Sky-Gazing Emperor looked at Su Yu, then at Yanran and said with a smile, I can lead the way for the two of you. Anyway, I plan to rely on the Mingjing Empress. Suyu nodded. Lead the way right away. He looked warily at the 7 mysterious people behind him, who were following him reluctantly. Under the leadership of the sky-gazing emperor, they traversed millions of scorched lands and crossed shocking, broken defensive formations. Finally, they came to a chaotic ruin. His eyes were vigilant as he said, "The entrance of the mine is in front of us." Suyu looked over and could clearly see the strong men of the two sides fighting at the entrance of the mine. The entrance was filled with an incomparably dense aura of the Nine Nether. The people of the Mingjing Empress were using the perfect geographical advantage to block the invading armies from the outside world. The soldiers of the Great Army were all wearing fiery red robes. They were wearing the same clothes as the 7 people. It might be a little difficult to go in. Yanran closed her eyes and opened them slowly after a moment. Because of the great battle, the space in that area was very unstable. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful formation at the entrance, so they couldn't use the space domain to pass through. It's not difficult. The difficult thing is how to avoid being seen as an enemy by the Mingjing Empress after we go in, Suyu said lightly. They were going for the Mingjing Empress. How could the other party not see them as an enemy? Don't worry, the Mingjing Empress and I have an alliance. As long as I am willing to come forward, all problems can be easily solved. An alliance? With the sky-gazing emperor's current situation, would the alliance still be binding? The Mingjing Empress would probably devour the sky-gazing emperor at the first moment. All right. Suyu's eyes turned. Let's go in first. He summoned the little Kailin and briefly explained the problem with the formation at the entrance. The little Kailin patted its chest. Leave it to me. A cloud of purple mist appeared around its body and enveloped them all. In this way, no one would be able to detect their aura, and it could pass through the formation without a sound. The sky-gazing emperor looked at the little Kailin with surprise in his eyes, a Kailin that could conceal its aura and pass through any great formation at will. What kind of spiritual pet was this? He had never heard of it before. While he was surprised, the little Kailin had already led everyone through the battle area and successfully sneaked into the cave. The desolate Netherworld realm entered everyone's sight. It was different from the Netherworld world that Suyu had obtained, which was full of Netherworld crystals. This Netherworld world was empty with nothing left. Only a lot of the Mingjing Empress's army had retreated here. In a certain tent, a young woman with a pockmarked face was frowning. She was the Mingjing Empress. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the Earth Path Master, and there were 4 middle-stage Earth Path Masters guarding her. In the entire Heavenly Awakening realm, the Mingjing Empress's cultivation was the most powerful. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful she had been driven here and was curled up in a corner. At this moment, he was checking all kinds of resources and manpower with an anxious look on his face. We can only hold on for 3 years at most, or even less. The Mingjing Empress's expression was calm. Their resources and manpower were constantly being consumed. On the contrary, the group of mysterious people outside was constantly expanding their manpower and resources. Chapter 2693. All of a sudden, Empress Mingjing raised her head and waved her hand at the corner of the tent. A wave of ripples flashed. Yanran took a few steps back, her face full of fear. Assassins! Kill them! Empress Mingjing reacted quickly. She stepped back quickly, allowing the 4 guards to take action. 4 middle-stage path masters. One could imagine how powerful they were. Fortunately, Great Emperor Wangtian spoke in time. Mingjing, it's me. Only then did Empress Mingjing notice that there were 2 men behind Yanran. One of them was Great Emperor Wangtian, brother Wangtian. Empress Mingjing was pleasantly surprised. Stop! The 4 middle-stage path masters stopped immediately. She stepped forward and held Great Emperor Wangtian's hand. Brother, I was so worried about you. I thought something bad had happened to you. The two of them were not allies. Instead, they were very close relatives. This was extremely rare among the descendants of the Time Master. The rest of the descendants of the Time Master all regarded each other as enemies. How could they be compared to the deep affection of the two people in front of her? Great Emperor Wangtian said in shame, I was useless. I couldn't resist the enemy and ended up alone. Thanks to Miss Yanran's help, I was able to come here successfully. Hearing this, Yanran frowned. She had attacked him, protected him all the way, and escorted him here. It was all Su Yu's credit. She was just following Su Yu's instructions. Why did Great Emperor Wangtian ignore Su Yu and put all the credit on her? It was hard to understand. Empress Mingjing immediately cupped her fists at Yanran and said gratefully, Thank you for saving my life. As she spoke, she looked at Su Yu, who was beside Yanran. This is, she asked Great Emperor Wangtian. Great Emperor Wangtian said casually, he is also the one who saved me. The word also seriously weakened Su Yu's role. However, it wasn't completely useless. It was hard to tell what was wrong. Oh, I see. Empress Mingjing nodded, mistakenly thinking that Su Yu was just Yanran's attendant. Empress Mingjing said enthusiastically, Now that the outside world is in a fierce battle, it's not easy to leave. Why don't you rest here for now and find a way to leave when the battle subsides? Su Yu nodded. Of course, there's no problem. The sky-gazing monarch let out a long sigh of relief, feeling extremely relaxed. Lady Yanran, thank you for taking care of me along the way. Why don't I give you face and treat you to a meal alone? Heavenly Emperor, gazing sky, was only grateful to Yanran. Or perhaps he was extremely interested. Yanran said bluntly, Sorry, I want to rest. The heavenly gazing emperor was disappointed and said, All right, I will thank Lady Yanran when I have the time. Under Empress Mingjing's arrangement, Su Yu and Yanran were taken away to rest. Their guest rooms were not far from each other. Not long after the arrangements were made, Yanran came to Su Yu's guest room. Senior, what should we do next? The number of experts by Empress Mingjing's side is beyond our expectations. Yanran could not help but feel apprehensive. It wasn't just Empress Mingjing's cultivation. The guards around him were all extraordinarily powerful. It would be extremely difficult to make a move against him. Let's just wait and see, Su Yu said. Yanran nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Senior, Heavenly Emperor gazing sky doesn't seem to harbor any ill intentions towards me. She wasn't stupid. How could she not sense that the Heavenly Emperor gazing sky's attitude towards her was very unusual? Su Yu laughed involuntarily. You probably won his heart by saving the damsel in distress. Yanran blushed and said, You're so annoying. How dare you make fun of me, Senior? Inform me if you have any instructions for me. I will return to my room first. Yanran left in a hurry. Her face was slightly flushed. Unbeknownst to her, in a certain room, a crystal ball was placed in front of the Heavenly Emperor. The scene from earlier was reflected in it. The blushing expression on Yanran's face was clearly visible. A hint of jealousy appeared on his face. Is this what you meant by wanting to rest? She would rather stay in the room with Su Yu and do something shameful than have dinner with him alone? Right at that moment, Empress Mingjing walked in. Brother Wangtian, I have something to discuss with you. The Heavenly Emperor put away the crystal ball immediately and smiled. What is it, Mingjing? Empress Mingjing frowned and said, My people and resources can't be wasted forever. Sooner or later, they will be depleted. We need to plan ahead. The Heavenly Emperor nodded. I understand that. Staying here was only a temporary measure. Empress Mingjing hesitated. May I ask, Brother Wangtian, how did you pass through the many battlefields and come to this place? She hoped to leave the cave quietly with the help of the method they used to enter. The Heavenly Emperor was very calm. He said it was the man named Su Yu. He has a strange spiritual pet that can conceal a person's scent and pass through the seal. Is it that magical? Empress Mingjing said in surprise. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I will discuss it with him and see if he can take us away quietly in the near future." Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Emperor rolled his eyes. "Why go through so much trouble? Can't we just take that spiritual pet?" The Heavenly Emperor said in a matter-of-fact manner. Empress Mingjing shook her head and said, "We can't do that." "That Suyu is one of your saviors, isn't he? Isn't it ungrateful to take someone else's belongings before repaying him?" There was a reason why Empress Mingjing could gather a group of strong men around her. Her broad-mindedness was the reason why those strong men were loyal to her. The Heavenly Emperor said disapprovingly, "What kind of savior is he? Without him, I could have escaped, but it would have been slightly more difficult." What he said was true. It was as if it was someone else who was filled with despair when the city fell. Now, she was denying all of Suyu's credit. It was ridiculous and hateful. Is that so? Empress Mingjing didn't understand the situation at the time and didn't quite understand. However, she still shook her head firmly. "We are in a difficult situation now and need help. We can't take someone else's treasures and make an enemy out of them. You don't have to worry about this. I will discuss it with that human. At most, we will give him more rewards. We are far from taking his belongings." The Heavenly Emperor looked at the back of Empress Mingjing as she left and sighed. "Sigh, how soft-hearted. When it is time to fight for the position of the master, one should be decisive," the Heavenly Emperor said calmly. "Since you don't want to be the bad guy, let me be the bad guy." The next day, the Heavenly Emperor came to invite Yanran and Suyu to attend the welcoming banquet with great enthusiasm. "Brother Su, thanks to you for taking care of me along the way. I was able to arrive here safely. I will pay my respects to you later. Please don't refuse my kindness." Compared to the day before, his attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. Who was Suyu? One could tell from a leaf that autumn was coming. He immediately concluded that Suyu had ulterior motives. He secretly gave Yanran a look, and she understood tacitly. Chapter 2694. The banquet was hosted by Queen Mingjing. Although the situation of the war was dire, it was still enough to provide some resources to entertain Suyu and the others. She toasted Yanran and Suyu passionately. "You too. I am deeply grateful that Brother Wangtian was able to return safely," Queen Mingjing said gratefully. Suyu said, "You are welcome." He drank the wine in front of him in one gulp. The wine was arranged by Queen Mingjing, so it was safe to drink. However, Great Emperor Wangtian's intentions were not reassuring. After hesitating for a moment, Queen Mingjing said, "I have a presumptuous request that I would like to discuss with you too." "Go ahead," Suyu said. Queen Mingjing smiled bitterly. "As you can see, I am just trying to survive by hiding here. Sooner or later, I will run out of food and ammunition. So, I hope to leave this place quietly with your help. I don't know if it is possible." Leave with their help? Suyu thought about it. This was a good opportunity to capture Queen Mingjing alive. "Although I am in dire straits, I still have some things that I can give to you. If you succeed, I will give you all the resources I have," Queen Mingjing said. She was exceptionally generous. Suyu was slightly surprised. She could sense that Empress Mingjing was speaking the truth and was not being perfunctory. This descendant of the Time Master was indeed a little different from other descendants. "Well, when do you plan to leave?" Suyu asked. Queen Mingjing said thoughtfully, 10 days later, "I will try my best to take away the soldiers who have followed me for many years. A small number of them would be left behind to continue fighting the enemy at the entrance of the cave, pretending that the queen was still inside. The rest would not have to be sacrificed." This was the polar opposite of the Waning Moon Queen, who had sacrificed nearly 1,000 of her Pathmasters. Suyu's impression of this descendant of the Time Master had changed quite a bit. "All right, within 10 days, You should prepare yourself, Suyu promised. At that moment, Great Emperor Wangtian said, Suyu, can you release your spiritual pet for everyone to see? Queen Mingjing's face was filled with curiosity. She also wanted to know what kind of spiritual pet possessed such great power. Suyu thought about it and did not refuse. It was not a bad thing to just take a look. With a wave of his palm, the little Qilin was released. It lazily lay on the ground, occasionally releasing the power of primal chaos. Power of chaos? Empress Mingjing was shocked. It is indeed a divine beast with extraordinary talent. As far as she knew, the power of chaos only appeared in an extremely small number of living creatures. It was no wonder that this beast could lead them across the battlefield and disregard the seal to reach this place. With it around, I can finally be at ease, Empress Mingjing said slowly. Suyu wore a smile as he stored the small Qilin in his spatial storage tool. Meanwhile, the sky-gazing martial monarch suddenly spoke. Can I have another look? I feel that this little Qilin seems familiar. Déjà vu? Little Qilin should be unique in this world. Staring at the great Emperor Wangtian, Suyu became vigilant and said, The little Qilin is afraid of strangers and doesn't like to be disturbed. As he spoke, he put the spatial storage device into his pocket. The sky-gazing heavenly monarch said with displeasure, We are now in the same boat. What do you mean by this? Grasshopper? Suyu smiled without saying a word. He and Yanran were not trapped. They could leave at any time. However, it was difficult for the great Emperor Wangtian to leave. What was with this attitude? Empress Mingjing tugged at him immediately and said, Brother Wangtian, don't talk nonsense. How could he say something that would offend someone? The great Emperor Wangtian shook off her hand and stared straight at Suyu. With a gloomy face, he said, Now I have reason to suspect that you are up to no good. Others might have the right to say that, but he didn't. If Suyu was up to no good, he would have been decapitated. Brother Wangtian, what are you talking about? Empress Mingjing was really anxious. She couldn't understand the great Emperor Wangtian. The latter turned a deaf ear to her and continued to stare at Suyu. I'll give you two choices. First, hand over the small Qilin to me temporarily to prove that you have no ulterior motives. Second, I'll take coercive measures against you. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Moreover, it was the great Emperor Wangtian who was acting recklessly. Empress Mingjing was very clear when it came to matters of right and wrong. She raised her eyebrows and glared at the great Emperor Wangtian. Shut up! Don't you maliciously hurt people again. Suyu and Yanran weren't their servants who could leave and stay as they pleased. How could they have any ulterior motives? The great Emperor Wangtian acted as if they owed him something, which was really inappropriate. Unexpectedly, the great Emperor Wangtian looked at her and said disappointedly, Mingjing, you are not suitable to lead. Leave the rest to me. You can just watch from the side. What did he mean? Empress Mingjing was stunned. Then she realized something and said, For guards, come here. However, the 4 personal guards who used to be on call didn't listen to her at all. Have they betrayed me? Empress Mingjing's heart sank. When did they betray me? Who instigated them? At that moment, the great Emperor Wangtian chuckled. For guards, come here. Swish! For shadows flashed and appeared behind the great Emperor Wangtian, standing neatly and respectfully. They didn't listen to Empress Mingjing's summons, but listened to the orders of the great Emperor Wangtian, an outsider. Did you betray me? Empress Mingjing said in disbelief. To be exact, the great emperor had also betrayed her. He had instigated discord among her people and made them his confidants. The great emperor Wangtian smiled lightly. Don't make it sound so bad. I am only leading them on your behalf. When this is over, I will return them to you. Empress Mingjing was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She stared at the 4 guards and asked, Why did you betray me? The 4 guards sighed. The great Emperor Wang Tian is right. If we follow you, we will only gradually exhaust ourselves and die a horrible death. We need to take the initiative to attack and seize any chance of survival. Many days of despair had made them more eager to survive. Therefore, under the incessant instigation of the great emperor, their loyalty finally wavered and they completely sided with the great Emperor Wang Tian. The four of them decided to switch allegiance to the great Emperor Wang Tian. They would listen to his commands, seize the little Kailin, and take control of the situation. The great emperor raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. With a cold look in his eyes, he said, "Take Su Yu down!" Empress Mingjing stood in front of him and shouted, "Who dares?" She looked at the great Emperor Wang Tian with her beautiful eyes and tried to persuade him one last time. "Brother Wang Tian, people can't be ungrateful. Without him, you would have been dead a long time ago. How can you treat others like this?" However, the great Emperor Wang Tian was more confident than anyone else. "I, the great Emperor Wang Tian, have many tricks up my sleeve. I don't need a little human to save me. Without him, I can still escape," the great Emperor Wang Tian said stiffly. His eyes turned cold. "Empress Mingjing, step aside, or I will capture you as well." Chapter 26, 95. Empress Mingjing stared the great emperor, her eyes full of disappointment. In her memory, the great emperor was resourceful and cared for her. Now that she had encountered such a disaster, she finally saw him clearly. Ungrateful and ungrateful. Not only had he betrayed his savior, but he had also betrayed his sister. She had taken him in out of kindness. But what had happened to him? He had instigated her own people to betray her. "Brother Wang Tian, don't make any more mistakes. If you turn back now, I will still recognize you as my brother." Empress Mingjing looked disappointed. However, since when did the stubborn sky-gazing emperor ever have true family love? In his eyes, Empress Mingjing was just a tool that could be used slightly. "Come on, take down Empress Mingjing." Great Emperor Wang Tian said coldly. Empress Mingjing took out a defensive treasure given to her by the Time Master and said angrily, "Who dares?" The four guardians did not dare to act rashly. Once that treasure was activated, it would kill. Great Emperor Wang Tian had a slight headache. There were two reasons why he was afraid of Empress Mingjing. One was because she was an expert. The other was because she had yet to use the treasure of the Time Master. "Mingjing, don't mess around. You and I are family." Great Emperor Wang Tian immediately changed his expression to that of family love. It was as if the person who wanted to capture Empress Mingjing was someone else. Empress Mingjing said coldly, "Get out of my way." Great Emperor Wang Tian shouted, "What do you want?" There was a hint of anxiety on his face because he had already vaguely realized what Empress Mirror was planning. As expected, Empress Mingjing said, "Can you take me away from this place?" Anyway, his people had been secretly taken over by Great Emperor Wang Tian. Why should she stay? Su Yu said calmly, "Sure." Hearing this, the sky-gazing emperor's face was filled with anxiety. "Mingjing, are you trying to get me killed?" Great Emperor Wang Tian scolded. Empress Mingjing was utterly disappointed. Wasn't stealing her military power the same as getting her killed? Now he was reprimanding her for going too far like a victim? In her heart, she no longer had any expectations for this brother of hers. The cruel reality had exposed her true nature. "Let's go," the Mirror Empress said. Su Yu looked at Empress Mingjing with a complicated expression, nodded, and said, "All right, little Kailin, come out." Whoosh! The small Kailin drilled out of its storage space and released a wave of energy that engulfed Su Yu and the others. The sky-gazing emperor could do nothing but watch them leave. He was filled with regret and hatred. Only now did he realize that he had neglected the essentials. So what if they took away Empress Mirror's military power? Wouldn't they still have to hole up here and be slowly nibbled away by the enemy? He shouldn't have treated Su Yu so harshly from the beginning. But regret was useless. However, right at that moment, an incomparably astonishing ripple suddenly came from the heavily guarded cave entrance. A destructive force erupted from within, killing all the experts guarding the cave entrance. At the same time, countless enemies poured into the netherworld realm from the outside world and started a massacre. It was the 7 unparalleled strong men in fiery red robes. They had tracked Su Yu and the others to this place and launched an attack to break through the cave's defenses. The sky-gazing emperor's expression changed drastically. Xiao Chun watched as the 7 fiery red-robed figures slowly descended from the cave entrance. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a paw sound. His face was pale and full of despair. The fear of being dominated by the 7 horrifying existences welled up in his heart again. "Don't leave me behind! Save me!" The sky-gazing emperor screamed in desperation. How could he still have his arrogant confidence at this moment? All he had was fear. Su Yu and the others who hadn't gone far stopped in their tracks. Empress Mirror looked at the desperate, sky-gazing emperor and couldn't bear to see him die. She said in a low voice, "Although he is worse than a beast, can you give him a chance?" Su Yu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He had no intention of letting the sky-gazing emperor go. He planned to come back and take the sky-gazing emperor's life after stabilizing Empress Mirror. But unexpectedly, the arrival of the 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes disrupted his plan. He could only bring the sky-gazing emperor along with them. When the group returned, the small Kylan slapped its claws on the sky-gazing emperor's face. "Damn it, you useless thing, come here!" When the sky-gazing emperor realized that they had returned, he was pleasantly surprised again. He bent his body and made his way in. The 4 mid-stage, Dao, Lord Powerhouses also followed him in with tense expressions. Right at that moment, the enemies attacked the pavilion. However, the small Kylan had already led them to the entrance. As long as they made their way through, they would reach the outside world. However, the 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes seemed to have sensed something. They conjured their spells and launched attacks at the entrance. A loud rumble was heard. A fiery red lion appeared and attacked the cave in a frenzy. Su Yu and the others had no choice but to retreat. The powerful aftershocks of the attacks broke the aura of the small Kylan and exposed the group. Empress Mirror's heart skipped a beat. However, when her attention was focused on the enemies, she felt a sharp pain in her palm. When she looked down, she saw that the sky-gazing emperor had taken advantage of her distraction to cut off her palm and snatch the Time Master's magical treasure from her palm. Hiss! Empress Mirror immediately reassembled her palm and stared at the sky-gazing emperor angrily. The sky-gazing emperor held the Time Master's magical treasure in his hand and sneered. "It's best if I control the Time Master's magical treasure. You are too selfish and don't know how to look at the big picture." At that moment, he controlled the Time Master's magical treasure. He also controlled 4 strong men in the middle stage of the Path Master. It was entirely possible for him to rush out of the Netherworld realm. "Miss Yanran." The sky-gazing emperor looked at Yanran and said, "A nobody like Su Yu is not a good match. If you follow me, your future will be bright." Before he could finish, Yanran sneered coldly. "Follow a despicable person like you?" At that moment, the sky-gazing emperor actually felt good about himself. He was already in such a miserable state, yet he still refused to let go of his identity as the descendant of the Time Master. What was even more ridiculous was that he still wanted to compare himself to Su Yu. To be honest, could he even compare himself to Su Yu? The sky-gazing emperor's expression froze. He shook his head and sighed. "Sigh, you are a beauty, but why are you so blind? You don't want me, who has the potential to become the Space Master, but you choose a useless human. Forget it, a woman like you is not worthy of my attention. Take care of yourself." The sky-gazing emperor rose into the sky under the protection of the 4 middle-stage path masters. Suyu did not stop him. Since the 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes had attacked, they would not give the people inside a chance to leave easily. As expected, the sky-gazing emperor had just rushed to the entrance of the cave when a secret technique that had been left behind in advance descended. A fire lion descended with a roar. The sky-gazing emperor was startled and hurriedly activated the only remaining Time Master's magical treasure. One was a Heavenly Law Master's attack, while the other was a Heavenly Law Master's defense. Chapter 2696. The 4 mid-stage Tao lords bore the brunt of the shockwave and were crushed on the spot. As for the sky-gazing emperor, he was not any better. His entire body was torn apart by the explosion, and blood spurted out of his mouth as he was sent flying back. His body landed heavily at Empress Mingjing's feet. Not even in his wildest dreams would the Heavenly Emperor have expected that not only would he fail to leave the Netherworld realm, but he would also be seriously injured and on the verge of death. Mingjing, save me. Heavenly Monarch, gazing, Heavenly Monarch used the same trick again. However, before he could finish speaking, Empress Mingjing slammed her palm into his chest. Then, with a vicious twist, he crushed the heart. The sky-gazing great monarch widened his eyes in indignation as his life drained away bit by bit. Finally, it disappeared as he died. A wisp of time domain left the body of the sky-gazing emperor. He fused into Empress Mirror's body. Upon seeing this, Suyu finally understood why the crystal ball of the time domain had been absorbed by him. This was because whoever killed a descendant of the Time Sovereign would be able to absorb the descendant's time domain. As long as this person was a time domainer after obtaining Great Arch Wangtian's time domain, the Mirror Empress's domain level immediately approached the advanced level. "I'm sorry. I was blind and almost got you guys into trouble," Empress Mingjing said dejectedly. She had never thought that she would be the one to obtain the bloodline power of the sky-gazing martial monarch. "It doesn't matter, as I expected it." Suyu patted the small Kylan's head and said, "Let's go." With great monarch Wangtian leading the way, it was much easier for them to leave after activating the secret technique at the cave entrance. The small Qilin nodded and immediately used a secret technique to conceal them, smoothly leaving the Netherworld realm. They calmly passed through the battlefield and landed at the border of the Heavenly Awakening realm and the Nether realm. Everyone stood on the ruins, but the atmosphere between them was a little strange. In the end, Suyu asked the small Kylan to stop. Empress Mirror immediately took a few steps back, maintaining her distance. He was already on guard. Back in the Netherworld realm, they still had a good relationship. But that might not be the case after coming out. "I am very grateful for your kindness in saving my life. However, I have nothing, so I am unable to repay all of you at the moment. If I have the chance to become the Master of Time, I will definitely repay all of you." Empress Mingjing slowly retreated. Yenron's heart tightened. They had gone through a lot of trouble to bring Empress Mingjing out. How could he let her go just like that? However, Suyu said, "Perhaps if you stay by my side, you won't be able to escape death in the end. But if you leave me, you will die even earlier." Empress Mirror did not think much of it. "Although I'm not talented, I'm not as useless as the sky-gazing emperor. I'm confident that I can survive on my own." Yenran sneered. With a flip of her palm, she took out a treasure of the ruler of time. Shockingly, it was an advanced rank. "Take a guess. How many times can this kill you?" Yenran said disdainfully. "If Senior wanted to kill you, would you still be alive?" Seeing this item, Empress Mirror sucked in a breath of cold air. Didn't they say that Xiaohao got all the Time Sovereign's treasures? Despite her surprise, Empress Mirror did understand. With this object, if Suyu really wanted to take his life, he would have already taken it from the Netherworld realm. Even if she had thousands of soldiers and horses by her side, she would not be able to escape death. She could live until now because Suyu had no intention of killing her. Although I serve a descendant of the Time Sovereign, we all agree that the Time Sovereign's competition has ulterior motives, Suyu said calmly. So, until the last moment, I don't want to kill a Time Sovereign, especially since you're a good person. At least she knew how to be grateful. It would be a pity to kill such a person just like that. It was better to wait until the last moment to make a decision. If killing could be avoided and a Time Sovereign was chosen, why would they fight each other? Empress Mirror thought for a short while, then nodded and agreed. Please forgive me if I offended you just now. Staying in front of this senior and relying on the powerful Time Sovereign's treasures, she could survive until the end. As for whether she would live or die in the end, it was up to fate. Very well, now follow me to the Netherworld realm. The descendant of the Time Sovereign that I serve should have finished his battle. Empress Star Rain had so many Time Sovereign's treasures, so she should be able to snatch a descendant of the Time Sovereign. The entire Domain's Time Sovereign's competition was almost over. Next, it was time for the final battle. The group headed for the Netherworld realm. Shockingly, the Netherworld realm was even more ruined than the Heavenly Awakening realm. The whole world was almost destroyed and fragmented. As far as the eye could see, not even scorched earth was left. Only the boundless defensive formations were damaged and full of cracks. The Netherworld realm is completely finished, Empress Mirror sighed. Even if a new ruler is born, the Netherworld realm can never recover. What is the meaning of the competition for the Time Sovereign? Empress Mirror sighed. Soon. Suyu and the others rushed to the northern part of the Netherworld realm. In the void, on a floating island, Suyu met up with the army led by Empress Star Rain and Great Emperor Mingxin. Nearly half of their troops had been lost. Brother, Empress Star Rain rushed over in surprise, then pouted. My Time Sovereign's treasures are all used up. Suyu took out the extra ones and handed them to her. I still have a lot left. Use them without worry. After he had used up his treasures, there was still Yenron's. The Time Sovereign's treasures that the two of them controlled accounted for more than half of all the treasures. Empress Star Rain smiled slightly and said proudly, Brother, I caught Great Emperor Ziqiang. She waved her hand, and a group of people came over with Great Emperor Ziqiang, who was tied up. You didn't kill him? Suyu was surprised. Empress Star Rain was confused. I think the competition for the Time Sovereign is very strange and suspicious, so I let him live for now. It won't be too late to kill him later. Even the simple-minded Empress Star Rain felt that something was wrong. This time the competition for the Time Sovereign was really problematic. In this way, the overall competition for the Time Sovereign had temporarily come to an end. The other descendants of the Time Sovereigns had been killed, leaving only Empress Star Rain, Great Emperor Mingxin, Great Emperor Mingjin, Great Emperor Ziqiang, and Xiaohao. The new descendants of the Time Sovereign would be born from them. Right at this moment, a long laugh that shocked the Netherworld realm ran through the sky and earth. Since we're both here, let's have a showdown and decide who's the stronger one. That arrogant and condescending voice. Who else could it be other than Xiaohao? Boom! Boom! In the distant sky, a blood cloud rumbled. A moment ago, it was still very far away. But in the blink of an eye, it suddenly appeared in front of them. It was the time domain, a high-level time domain, which was very close to the Yuan level. Xiaohao sat on a golden throne in the middle of the blood clouds. He looked like a Brahma god looking down on them. Very good. I thought Star Rain and Mingxin were in the bag, but I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. You came to the Heavenly Awakening realm and the Netherworld realm to ruin my plans. Chapter 26, 97. In his plan, he would first subdue the Heavenly Awakening realm and the Nether realm. Then he would reap the benefits and defeat the entire Dream Divided realm. In this way, he could achieve the position of the Supreme Ruler. Everything had been going smoothly. All the descendants of the Time Masters had been captured. Unexpectedly, Empress Star Rain and Great Emperor Mingxin had appeared out of nowhere. The former had snatched Great Emperor Ziqiang. Su Yu had snatched 2 descendants of the Time Master, completely destroying his plan. He was forced to show up in advance and fight with them. Empress Mingjing shouted in a low voice, "Xiaohao, please calm down." She pointed to the destruction around them and the broken defensive formation. "Look at the time realm now. Don't you think it's strange?" All the participants had sensed that something was wrong. "Even if you become the Time Master, what is the point of obtaining such a time realm?" she asked. But Xiaohao only responded with a sneer. "I'm not blind. Why can't I understand?" Xiaohao was very calm. He was unexpectedly calm. "In fact, I know more than you do." Xiaohao looked at them with pity in his eyes. "So, I must become the Time Master." Behind him, countless strong men appeared. The 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes were among them. In addition, there were 7 other mysterious men in black robes. These 14 people stood respectfully behind Great Emperor Xiaohao. Empress Star Rain stared at the mysterious men in black robes and said solemnly, "Brother, be careful. Those 7 mysterious men in black robes are very powerful." Even without her warning, Su Yu knew. But where did they come from? Where did Xiaohao recruit such powerful men? The 7 of them could resist the attack of the Heaven Law Master. The strength of the 7 of them must have reached the peak of the Road Master level. In the time realm, there shouldn't be anyone so powerful. Xiaohao grinned. "Do you want to die a quick death or a painful death?" "If you want to die a quick death, surrender. If you want to suffer, you can continue to resist." Hearing this, everyone on Su Yu's side was on guard. Su Yu made the first move and gave Yanran a look. Without hesitation, the latter took out a middle-level Time Master treasure. She activated it immediately. Immediately, 100 pitch-black arrows of light pierced through the void and bombarded them. Xiaohao glared at Yanran and scolded, "You traitor!" With a wave of his hand, he also took out a mid-grade defensive magic treasure. A golden rooster suddenly appeared and crowed on the spot. All the roosters lost their effect. Then the 14 mysterious people behind him attacked at the same time. The 7 mysterious men in fiery red robes were still using the fiery red lion. The 7 mysterious black-robed men unleashed a pitch-black python. The 2 of them whistled over, carrying with them an unrivaled might as they crushed everyone. Su Yu and Yanran each took out a low-grade Time Master's magical treasure and crushed it. Water and fire intertwined to form a tornado, sweeping forward crazily. Both sides immediately collided with each other, and the world-destroying shockwaves that shot out caused the already fragmented defensive formation to become even more fragmented. However, this was only the beginning. Xiaohao snorted coldly and casually threw out a Time Master's magical treasure. "Then let's see who will have the last laugh." The Mingjing Empress shouted in a low voice, "Xiaohao, since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for helping them." She activated the Time Domain bloodline and activated the Time Freeze domain, freezing the opponent's attack and even the 14 people. The Star Rain Empress, the Mindful Great Emperor, and the Great Emperor Ziqiang also activated the Time Domain bloodline. This was, after all, a battle between the descendants of the Time Master. The battle between them was unavoidable. Haha, good. I'll show you what a genius is, and what a fool is. Xiaohao laughed, slapped the throne, and jumped up. Time Freeze Domain. 3 solid hourglasses of time appeared above his head. The 4th one was particularly blurry. If even the 4th one was solid, then Xiaohao would reach the Yuan level and become the Supreme Time Master. On the other hand, the Star Rain Empress and the other 3 people, except for the Mingjing Empress, who had fused with the Sky Gazer and was close to a high-level domain. The other domains were generally only at the primary and middle level. The 4 of them combined their domains, but they were still no match for Xiaohao. Xiaohao's time freeze was enough to shatter everyone's time domain. The fire lion and the venomous python were freed. Instead, it was their side that had fallen into a process of time slowing down. The fire and water tornado was immediately crushed by the fire lion and the venomous python, and it pounced toward the two of them. At this critical moment, the 1,000 Earth Path Masters behind them all launched their domain attacks. One person's domain attack was not scary. 10 people's domain did not fear it. 100 people might be able to block it. What about 1,000 people? The domain of 1,000 Earth Path Masters merged to form a vast world that pressed forward. The fire lion and the venomous python were powerful, but they were forced back by the 1,000 Earth Path Masters' domain. In the end, it shattered with a loud boom. The 14 experts all grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaohao narrowed his eyes. "You're courting death." Time stripping. Time flowed in Xiaohao's eyes. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 Earth Path Masters. Their merged domains were weakened and shattered by the time stripping. Why is my domain gone? Why can't I release it? The 1,000 Earth Path Masters were shocked. They even discovered that their bodies were rapidly aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. That was the power of time stripping. It could forcibly take away their lives. Time reversal. Seeing this, the Empress Star Rain and the others immediately launched their attacks. Thus, the Earth Path Master's loss of vitality was alleviated. Both sides fell into a delicate balance. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. Su, you seized the opportunity and took out 2 palm-sized doors at the same time. One was black and the other was white. With a toss of his palm, the 2 descended from the sky, one in front and one behind, trapping Xiaohao and the 14 mysterious experts in the center. Then, the 2 giant doors opened at the same time. From within the door of white feather, a sharp cry could be heard. A huge phoenix that blotted out the sky led a horde of golden phoenixes as it charged out. Xiaohao and the 14 mysterious experts were the first to be hit. Xiaohao's expression changed drastically. Door of white feather. Wasn't the door of white feather that he had sealed in the blood sea stolen? He glared at the man in the bamboo hat beside the Empress Star Rain. So it was him. However, the door had appeared so suddenly that he had no time to think.